Walters, thank you so much. So welcome to day 3. Lindsay, Sharon, the floor is yours.
Super. So thank you everybody for attending today. Lindsay Uittenbogaard and I will be presenting her work on facilitating better alignment and how this is a basis for critical thinking and quality decision making. So as Dean said, this is going to be a little bit unusual because Lindsay has a process that we can use in real time, and the board members have been kind enough to agree to go through a demonstration scan so you can hear about their experience, see the results from the scan as a board that's been working virtually now for, what, 2 years almost. Lindsay is going to share a little bit about alignment. We're going to talk a little bit about communication. The board's going to do their scan. We're going to look at the results, and then we'll have some time for Q&A and a little bit of debrief to get the board's experience on what this was like. So please keep your eye on the chat, keep your eye on the screen, and I'm going to pass it over to Lindsay.
Great, thank you very much, Sharon. So I'm very pleased to join you. I'm based in the Netherlands, so I'm sitting near The Hague at the moment. Sharon and I know each other because we both had something to do with clean language, and Sharon's also a member of the network that I run. I'm going to start off by showing a few slides just to sort of get you in the zone. So let's kick off with some of that before we get into this demo that we're talking about. So if you can see my slides now, I think this is a really nice follow on from yesterday, actually, because we did have Todd Conklin talking about curiosity and better questions and better answers and how people see things, how people see their organizations. Let me just start off by kind of throwing at you a random sort of notion. Might seem random at first, but the notion is about naive realism. So you've probably all heard about this, but just to remind you, it's the human tendency to believe that we see the world around us objectively, and that people who disagree with us must be uninformed, irrational, or biased. And it's very easy for us to think, oh God, that's so naive, you know, I don't do that at all. But this is the basis in social psychology of a lot of cognitive biases that are systematic errors of thinking and decision making. Some of those cognitive biases, there's loads of them, as you'll know, but the two of them that really stick out for me are confirmation bias, where people have the tendency to search for and focus on information that confirms their perceptions, and consensus bias, often referred to as false consensus, where people tend to assume that other people think in the same way as they do. All right, so we're just sort of looking at that to start with. The result, of course, of naive realism and of these biases is that there are exaggerated differences then that spark or exacerbate conflict. And alignment is something that I'll come on to the definition of about. But alignment is more about reduced conflict, and misalignment is about conflict fundamentally. But to go into this a little bit more, I want to share one item of research, and there'll be more research when I come back into my presentation. But there's a very well-known concept right back 50 years ago, social constructionism. It's very interesting, I find, by the way, that a lot of these pieces of research out there, you know, once they've been discovered, and they have been discovered to be to hold water, they don't go away. But it's remarkable how long it takes for them to connect with the working world, to go from academia into reality, into practice, if you like. And one of them is this one, social constructionism, where meaning is constructed between people through language. So that what we're trying to say here is that people make sense of their reality by checking it out with other people. It kind of explains why there are lots of pockets of interpretations and different beliefs around on different topics, be it politics, be it vaccinations, be it anything else. But it shows why dialogue is an essential part of establishing shared meaning. I'm just going to move on to say that then the important definition to make, if there's one thing you were going to take away from this presentation, is that in the past there's been a lot of focus on the individual, on psychometric testing, on how people think, what they're thinking, how they're feeling. Alignment is one step beyond that, where we're looking not about at the individual, but about the meaning that is created between people through learning from each other. So the process of alignment is very much about learning from each other. There's a great book actually by a guy called William Isaacs called Dialogue, that's got a lot of the stuff that's so easy to forget about in today's technological age, when people need to scale up and just sort of a lot of messages about strategic messages are just to people, doesn't give people an opportunity to really talk about those and understand things on their own terms. But the opportunity, if you like, here in terms of alignment is that, especially now that a lot of people have been working remotely for a long time, they don't have the opportunity to check things out with each other in person. They don't have the opportunity to read body language and to look at each other when they're hearing things to see, is that what I'm understanding the same as what you're understanding? The opportunity here is to facilitate better decision making and to facilitate more effective action by helping people to improve on alignment. So think about those change and transition opportunities, strategy engagement challenges, remote collaboration working, people even just onboarding into different teams. Alignment is a big opportunity, and I think it poses an opportunity for anybody involved in the people and performance space. So on the right-hand side of the screen here, I've got a couple of definitions. Alignment is not about everyone thinking the same thing. Alignment is not necessarily even people agreeing with each other. They just have to agree on the course of action that they're going to take together to be effective as a team. And it helps, of course, if they have cognitive and behavioral coherence. I'll give you some examples of that a little bit later on. But misalignment is the opposite, of course. It's cognitive behavioral dissonance or conflict. So if you think about alignment, if people have an opportunity to become better aligned, to hear each other's perspectives, to learn from each other, and to come to a course of action that they can all get behind and commit to and agree with, they're much more likely then to become engaged. So it's like engagement is an outcome of alignment. You cannot do engagement to somebody, and you so often get leaders and organizations say, yeah, we need to get them on board with this. We need to get them to think this or get them to understand this. That is not an aligned conversation. That is a one-way tell, where you're basically hoping that people will buy into your way of thinking rather than having them understand things on their own terms. So these are some of the nuances behind alignment that we're going to be exploring. Alignment leads to engagement. Better engagement leads to better collaboration. And the research shows a better alignment leads to more effectiveness, more effective action. So just to close off this kind of context setting piece, if you like, there's 3 levels of alignment. The first level is about alignment of the enterprise to strategic intent. So that's, getting the organization's house together, if you like, getting the strategy, the purpose, the systems, the capability, the architecture, managing the organization so that it is aligned. Now, that is not what we're talking about here, because we're talking about interactive people alignment. That is one piece that people kind of, the better that is, the easier it is for people to align, of course. But what we're talking about is the next 2 layers. Alignment of people to the enterprise, so that people understand that strategic piece in the context of their work. And that's an important thing. It's not just understanding a concept, it's understanding how it relates to them. And then the 3rd level is about alignment of people with each other in order to be able to deliver better together. So in order to be able to implement, and this is why it's not just about cognition in terms of shared understanding, it's about behavior. How are they going to collaborate? And do they have alignment on that? So there's those 2 different levels there. I think what we're going to do now is we're going to go and look at, well, it looks like a bit of a plug, but I have to do this because I'm explaining the demo scan. What we're going to do is we're going to do a demo where we are identifying and measuring and addressing alignment gaps for the board. This is just with a few questions. There's obviously a bigger piece behind this that we're demoing. But the way we're going to do that is we're going to compare how people see their team challenges or behaviors to find the extent of convergence or divergence. So in other words, we're going to ask people for how they see the team. Again, it's not how they see themselves or how they see their own opinions. It's about how they see the team and finding out where the common ground and differences are to be able to surface things that normally sit beneath the surface. It's not often that people get a really high quality time to reflect properly. So what I'm going to encourage the board to do, because I'm going to basically now figure out how many people are doing this. Sharon's going to take over a couple of presentation slides while I set up the survey link. And then while these guys are filling in the survey link, it only takes a couple of minutes, but that gives me an opportunity to go through the proper presentation for 20 minutes or something, and then we'll come back to the answers. Okay, so that's the way it's going to work, but I just want to encourage you to it's all anonymous, so we don't care who said what. That doesn't mean to sound that we're not being empathetic with you guys. It's just that it's not really relevant who said what. What we care about is how do the views converge or diverge. And this is an opportunity to be really honest and to be frank. This is not about scoring the highest scores or getting the best results. It's about really seeing where are we? What is our current reality? So I am going to ask, first of all, Dean, I really want to count how many people exactly are going to be involved in this.
We will have 7.
7 people, perfect. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing. I'm going to hand you over to Sharon, who's going to take you through a few slides just to deepen our understanding of why sharing meaning is so difficult while I set up the survey link. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry, let me see what I can do to get this to share. So hang on here. I've got a PDF and it's not, oh, there it is. Yes. The technologies. So part of alignment is about the conversation. And the interesting thing about conversations is we like to think as individuals that it's about how we're saying something or what we're saying, but there's always another person on the other side of the equation. And so we like to think about transferring meaning or creating a shared model as being, there's kind of 6 layers to it. There's what I think. There's also, then there's what can I put into words and actions. And I think we all know that experience of having a lot in our head and trying to figure out just how to say it in a way that makes sense or how to show somebody to do something. And then there's actually what comes out of our mouth and what we actually do. And then on the other side, people see and hear us. So they hear our words, they see our actions, and then they begin to think about how they interpret those signals. And then they create meaning from them. So it's not as easy as we like to think, oh, well, if we just get clear, if we just say it the right way, then they'll understand. And then there's that frustration of when they don't. It's also noticing that there's this other side of the equation. Anybody had an experience like that where you thought you were being so clear and it just was not making its way to the person? That's when we use the S word, right? That ST, STU. Like Lindsay was saying, we look at them as if they're ignorant, they can't understand, they're not capable. So when we're talking to people, when we're sharing, trying to have shared meaning, it's really important to remember this other side of the equation is just as deep and layered as we are. So there are some common areas where meaning is not shared. And that's when concepts are presented in abstract terms, right? So we'll often see this in meetings, in boardrooms, where people talk in kind of lofty concepts. And what happens is people go away and they have these great ideas, these nice lofty concepts in their head, but they don't have the ability or the information they need to put it into action. Then there's the absence of dialogue, right? So like Lindsay was saying before, we've got to get everybody engaged. That's a tell versus a conversation. And then people speaking across purposes, where we simply have different definitions of of words. The word investigation, for example, if you look up the definition of investigation, there's multiple meanings to it. So somebody might hear investigation as something policing and negative, and somebody else might hear it more as an inquiry to find out information. And then, of course, there's the fog, you know, interpretations, assumptions, biases, you know, ambiguities, you know, influences, information gaps. So there's a lot that can happen to, you know, to change and to inhibit our desire to be aligned, to be in good conversation, to be in deep understanding with others. So I am going to pass back over to Lindsay. And
that's great. Okay, so I have shared the survey link with Sharon. Sharon is going to send that around to the board. So you guys, it'll probably just take 2-3 minutes of your time to fill that in. And while you're doing that and we're getting the results back, I'm going to carry on with the presentation about alignment. So I'll go back to sharing my screen.
Yeah, and I have sent that via email. So board members, please look at your email. You should be receiving that link in your inbox.
Okay, so for those of you who are looking for a few examples, this is an absolutely classic one. It's real. It was at a company that I used to work for. When particularly board executive level teams have discussed strategy for days and days, and they are coming up with a strategic phrase, and they want everybody to understand it and they want everyone to get it. The reaction can be something like this. You know, we're going digital. What the hell does that mean actually to somebody's regular job? What does it mean that somebody's going to do differently? What does it actually mean in the context of the company? So even though, again, people can explain this from the number of teams that we've come across where the line manager or the leader is saying, we have said that already. We have, you know, we've already communicated the strategy. Why don't they get it? It's just because different words mean different things. And as soon as somebody's latched onto an anchor of meaning, it's very difficult for them to move on to a different anchor if they didn't kind of get it right to start with. I can't see the chat, Sharon, so just shout out if there's anything about the link or anything that you...
Okay, thank you, I will.
Okay, so in this presentation, I'm going to go through a couple of examples of what alignment looks like, some of the problems it causes, the challenges. I'll give you a couple of overviews of case studies, and then talk more about the research, the kind of alignment gaps that you could get, because they're not all the same. And then give you some trends about the kind of things that we found in our work and what you can do to support better alignment, and what the alignment process actually looks like. So I need to do that quite quickly, so I'm just going to get on with it. We have these kind of definitions about what a misalignment looks like, what it feels like. It's basically about silos and animosity and blame. That's what it comes down to. You know, delays. It's like going through mud. You know, there's large organizations when, you know, somebody walks out and their responsibilities aren't handed over properly. And then there's you know, people are saying yes, but they're not really agreeing and they're saying something else outside of the meeting. And then there's another team doing something that conflicts with your, those kinds of situations. They're horrible. We don't hear about them very much because nobody wants to fess up to it, but there's so much of it going on. It's like pushing stuff uphill. This is what misalignment feels like. If you're talking to people when they're complaining about this, it's because fundamentally there are there are conflicting opinions and perspectives going on. The problems caused by misalignment can be attributed to loads of things. It's easy for people to want to find a simple solution. Okay, it's got to be the leadership. Yeah, it's us versus them. Or, oh, well, that's because the market, or that's because of the competitor, or, well, actually, it comes down to problems that are caused by misalignment are all of these kind of things that are difficult for people to put their finger on. So, you know, it's what I was talking about, that kind of that difficulty, and ultimately it reduces performance, it produces unexpected results, and there's a spiral there about demotivation and confidence, etc. The challenge actually is It's not about, you know, can we put the right people together with the right knowledge in the same place at the same time in order for them to be a team and deliver. That's not the problem. There's so much technology out there. We're good at doing that. The problem is actually when people try to integrate their perspectives and collaborate to be effective. And the reason why that's more of a problem than it used to be is because things are more complex than they used to be. People are more diverse than they used to be. So there are more things to align on fundamentally. But when you look at the perspectives and when you look at collaborating, that comes back to this cognitive and behavioral thing I was talking about. So here's an example of a cognitive alignment gap. So we did some work with the University of Applied Science in Upper Austria. It was with a university project team, Masters in Healthcare and Public Management. And their project objective is kind of an interesting concept, actually. It's a co-living housing concept where students are asked to share accommodation with elderly people for mutual advantage. So where there is a shortage of housing, this occurs in Austria. And the project was to translate this concept from Vienna to Linz. Okay. Now the professor brought me in to have a look at this team, not just for their learning about how collaboration goes, how communication and leadership goes in teams, but also to teach them about alignment and help them with their project at the same time. And what we found was that there were signs of misalignment. People were talking about conversations feeling difficult. They were talking about being confused about the exact way forward. Time is running out. What are we going to do? The project is moving slowly, that kind of thing. Now, when we actually asked them a simple question, which was, what is the purpose of your team? What we found was that 38% of them said to see if elderly people can co-live with younger people. Correct, right? Other people said to develop a new concept for co-living in Linz. Well, that's kind of also correct, really. And then the other group, 25%, said to find out if the concept from Vienna works in Upper Austria. Well, kind of also correct. So how do you rationalize these things? It's in the real detail about what specifically is the purpose of your team. And have you already talked about that? That makes the difference between a team that has alignment on purpose and a team that doesn't. Now, if you have people aligned to the strategy, which is that second level of alignment I was talking about, that's half the battle, to be honest. As we know, it's about purpose, the why, knowing what's going on and what people are doing. And as soon as they realized that they weren't really talking about the same thing, even though technically they were correct, then they were able to unravel, oh, well, okay, so what should our purpose be? Therefore, what should we do next? Therefore, what is my action today, tomorrow, et cetera, et cetera. And that helped to unravel it. So that's just an idea about how cognitive misalignment goes. And by the way, when people are working in remote situations, even though they might start off with an alignment on the purpose, it can very easily morph according to their bias about what they want the purpose to be. They might really want to be doing something else. Oh, well, it's really about growth. Yeah, it's about growth. We want to be growing. But I thought it was about quality because I really like quality. So, you know, it's being watching out for that, how things can morph and knowing that alignment is a state that can change at any point in time, as well as being a process. Here's an example about behavioral misalignment. So, Global Electronics Corporation, European logistics team, they had been told that part of the business was being sold off and that their workload would be reduced by 50%. Now they know that their business is not a charity. They're immediately thinking, uh-oh, layoffs. We're going to be, you know, there are going to be redundancies going on here. Now, what the team leaders was saying was, if this team can grasp the fact that it can create some exciting new projects, then we're halfway there. We need their leadership drive and inspiration to redefine our workload. So he's looking at it like that. The team are thinking, we're going to be cut. And people were actually leaving the team, quite a big team, because they were expecting these redundancies. So the HR director brought in some help with alignment. And we saw these signs of misalignment, poor energy, poor performance, lack of momentum. Now, what was actually happening here is that the team were believing that there would be redundancies, even though, because it made sense. And people tend to behave in ways that make sense to them regardless of what the actual storyline is. So the team leader was able to actually confirm there will be no redundancies in this team for the coming, say, 12 months, and make that promise. And that team leader was able to do that because he had visibility on this being a key issue. And as soon as people had that reassurance, they're then able to feel more psychologically safe. They're able to behave in ways that trust that there is a future for them. And they're able to then take forward, okay, what can we do now? And so that's that psychological safety that they were able to move to as a position gave them more alignment, basically. So that just kind of illustrates where we're at. But where's the situation globally? As I've said, there's more complexity and change. There's more stuff to align on. Engagement isn't going up generally. Employee engagement scores are not going up because the traditional ways of sending one-way messages doesn't address this. And enterprise social networks, I think Yammer, SharePoint, a decade ago, they were felt to be the silver bullet. Hey, everybody can share and align. These things help people connect and share data and do all sorts of transactional things, but it's not about clarity and alignment. And the future of work is only going to get more intense. Dispersed teams, diverse teams, people won't even meet because they'll be based in different countries with different co-working scenarios. Short-term staff, freelance staff, demand for better, faster, cheaper, more tailored. Misalignment is an issue and it needs managing. We used to do it with conversations alone, but it's not enough anymore. So here's a bit more about the research. So Van den Bosch, professor at Antwerp University, has done a bunch of research in this area, fascinating stuff. Teams become more effective when they are more aligned. Kind of makes sense, but let's break that down. So he was really the one that says it comes from learning behaviors. So psychological safety, there's a lot about that going on these days. Task cohesion, which is about commitment. Group potency behaviors, which are about confidence, and interdependence, which is about reliability. When people have this, they are more likely to become aligned purely because of the way they're behaving. One example of that, for example, is that if you trust that what other people are saying is worth hearing, you're more likely to open up to what they're saying, to absorb their perspectives, to ask questions and learn from them and develop more alignment. If you do not trust that what somebody is saying is worth listening to, you're going to close down and find reasons to oppose them and create conflict. That's just the very simple nuts and bolts of it all. Another interesting piece of research behind alignment is neuroscience. Our brains are prediction machines. So we need to make sense of things before we take action. You will have all heard about this before, but it's just really worth mentioning in the context of alignment, because if we can't find an explanation for something, then we use an assumption. So for example, you walk into the office, not many people there these days because most people are working at home, but the window's open. You're thinking, oh, is anything gone? You know, was there a break-in? Looks like all the laptops are here. Oh, that must have been, here's the assumption, Nick. Nick left the window open last time he left the office last. It must have been him, but thankfully nothing's gone. Now, another piece of research, coming back to that, 80% of conflicts at work occur because of assumptions that people have made up about what's happening and why, and then used as the basis of actions. So turns out, actually, Nikki got in earlier than you. She's gone out to get a coffee and opened the window because she thought it was a bit stuffy. Now, imagine that in the context of all of the work that's invisibly going on and the concepts, the strategic concepts at work every day, and all of those little mini assumptions that people will make in order to stop their brains being diverted across onto what happened there? Why is the window open? What happened there? You've got to land it and make an assumption. They play out all the time. So it's well worth taking a little bit of time exploring what assumptions do we have about the strategy and what we're doing. Finally, on the research, people working remotely are 2.5 times more likely to perceive mistrust, incompetence, broken commitments, and bad decision-making than those who are co-located, because they don't have the opportunity to check out, what are you thinking? That social constructionism piece. What are you thinking? Is that the same as what I'm thinking? Did I get that correct? So, and they take 5 to 10 times longer to address their concerns. So we really have to watch out for this in the remote working environment, or even when it becomes more hybrid. So alignment diagnostics help to uncover what are these assumptions then. And there are different kind of alignment gaps. I won't go fully into this slide, but you've got gaps about systems. Oh, I thought you were supposed to use it after you'd done the job rather than before. Oh, I thought you were supposed to log this information in, not that, blah, blah, blah. When that might come up in an alignment discussion between people, but the actual core alignment gaps between people are information gaps and perspective or behavior gaps. And in the resolution for all of these is about awareness and acceptance of the gap, which is very often not the case, willingness to close the gap, of course, and then effective conversation skills. So this is where we come down to, maybe this is why alignment hasn't really been on the map before, because people have sort of like moved away from dealing with those conversations and more towards technology. But I'm advocating a balance, more of a balance between the two. The resolution that you would need to deal with each of these things are, for example, knowledge about where the issues are. For information gaps, you need to provide the right information with a good strategic narrative, assuming you've got one. For the perspective gaps, often you can build bridges between perspective, and that's innovation, of course. This is one perspective, this is another perspective. If you add those together and build something new, then you can go on. The alternative is where people just do not agree and just have to accept the decision. That is a form of alignment. And then these anti-team gaps are things that you're never going to get people to talk about. They're the kind of things that Lindsay only talks about, if you've heard about him. So his 5 dysfunctions of a team. This is where people are really creating misalignment for their own benefit. And the only way to resolve that is to really have some clear expectations and consequences of when that kind of thing happens. But anyway, I'll move on. So that's the kind of gaps. Here's the kind of data that we found from some of our work when we looked at different teams at the beginning of the COVID pandemic. And what we do is we ask people a whole load of behavior questions. And the shaded areas behind the bars is the spread of alignment between the team members on that score. So that's almost more important than the average, than the bar on the average itself. And we ask people a whole heap of behavior questions that cover those 4 learning behavior categories I was telling you about in the research. And then we summarize how teams came out in terms of what are they doing that's helping them, their highest behavior scores, and what are their lowest behavior scores. Now, there are a couple of things here. So if you were to look at this particular client, this particular team has 21% clarity on directional remit. Now, it's very difficult not to judge that, but that's low. What's more, the spread of scores goes from 0 to 50%. So the team are not very aligned on the fact that whether or not they have direction and clarity in remit, but in general, it's very low. But what we found with this team is that they had this tolerant of mistakes, it's sufficient clarity on progress and clarity on directional remit. Then we went to another team, London. Hey, same thing, clarity on directional remit, sufficient reflection on progress. So people who are working remotely, we were thinking, that's interesting. Oh, another team, same thing again. We were like checking our data. Is there some kind of anomaly in our calculations? Or is this just coming up all the time? No, it was coming up like again and again. Romania, even all across the world, the UK, back again, Indonesia, same thing, clarity on direction. What is going on here? So there are some very interesting things. This is not empirical evidence, of course, but it's just interesting data that particularly when people are working remotely, it doesn't really matter what industry they're in. Alignment is not industry specific, it's context specific. People find it difficult to get clarity on the direction and remit and sufficiently reflect on progress. Anyway, the other kind of data that you can collect from alignment is qualitative. What's the purpose of your team? Quantitative, some of these behavior questions, we work, remember, it's not about the individual, but about the team. We work together effectively to achieve our shared goals. Do you agree or disagree? And that's the kind of thing, work effectively, that we're reporting on here. What's the average? What is the spread of scores? And when you get a bunch of data like this back from a team, you can see quite quickly what are the main areas that need a bit of attention. And there's no team is going to get 100%. This is just about what is their context, what is their background, and where are they now? So actually, what really is about successful in terms of alignment, what makes a successful team is how well they can deal with their data, how well they can deal with their misalignment. So very briefly, I'm going to go through what can you do to support alignment, and then we'll go back to the results that I'm hoping are sitting in my inbox right now. So to support alignment, there's a few things you can do is get it on the map. I mean, people don't really often talk about this, why it's important, what it is, what the benefits are. You can use processes and ways of dealing with conversation that are already out there. You know, in a feedback process, it's better to say what you observe, what it means to me, and what you want and wish for, rather than just kind of come out with, you're doing this wrong. Those are kind of obvious. Another point here is to encourage behaviors that support alignment. So it is about listening, being respectful that whatever perception people have is real for them at that time, and that people's perspectives and perceptions can change quite quickly over time as they learn from different people. Openness and inclusivity. This is all about D&I, actually, diversity and inclusiveness. Use rituals. You know, there are plenty of agile teams who are into daily huddles and specific feedback and after action reviews. These are all things that people are doing to help them align all the time. So, you know, to establish alignment, to maintain alignment, you know, retros, stand-ups, visualizations, God, you name it, that's it's all over the place, and they do a great job of it. But you can actually then also, as a consultant or coach, learn how to be a facilitator about this interactive alignment piece, because nobody can tell a team to align. This is not a management job. You have to facilitate alignment, give them a structure, and they have to do it themselves. How does that work? Well, you've got to get them into a safe kind of place, establish some ground rules for effective dialogue. You know, everyone speaks for themselves, everybody's an equal, you know, and I wouldn't literally put this slide up on the screen. I'd have people tell me what they think makes an effective dialogue. I won't go through that all right now. But there's an alignment framework, of course. You know, why didn't you look at these? What are the gaps? Are they information gaps, perspective gaps? Is it a priority? How are you going to get clarity? And there's only 4 ways to get clarity. It's you know, get the right information in the room, build the bridge that I was talking about, accept a decision that might not have been your own, or deal with it later. It might not be for everyone, might take a longer time. Maybe 2 people have to really sit down and be mediated, actually. The main thing that we found is that alignment is not always comfortable, but it's a bit like kind of getting used to going open cold water swimming. Once you get used to cold water swimming, you don't want to go back, and you love it, you know, and it's that kind of thing. So it's kind of, it's challenging if it's for people who really want to know and really want to do it. And while people are going through this conversation on addressing their alignment gaps, things are coming up, actions, ideas, questions, feedback. That is the co-created action plan. Okay, so alignment in action is actually a kind of process that moves from, with a growth mindset to start with, of course, that moves from curiosity and openness when there is conflict, which is difficult. It's a contradiction in terms to say that you should be curious and open when there's conflict, because when there's conflict, people usually want to shut down. But if people start from that place of inclusivity, of respect, okay, why do you think that? And what's the reason for that? And then they are constructively challenging each other. And this is like a learning process for an ongoing, constant process, if you like, that can be specifically part of a workshop or just general day-to-day business, which is this constructive challenge piece. Can people challenge each other in a way that still builds the trust and have them bringing in perspectives that are different, so that they can move towards that effective action? What you don't want is conflict, passive agreement, and groupthink, of course, which is this fixed mindset. Groupthink, yeah, we're all aligned, we all think the same thing. You're even going back to that bias that we discussed earlier. So alignment in action, what does it look like? Checking assumptions, asking questions, appreciating other people's views. I'm going to skip over a bit because I'm nearly at the end here. But there's a fundamental truth here about why interactive alignment, that process, is something that's so worthwhile. And it's that when people become aware of different mental models that could serve them better, they adopt them. It's painless. They do it even unconsciously. Oh, is that what you mean? Oh, okay, right, I got that. Oh, so if you see it that way and I see it this way, then why don't we do this instead? And then there's the, you know, oh, but nobody told me that. Oh, I see. So if this is what we're trying to do, then yeah, that's just people constantly updating their mental models about how they see the world. And it's almost free. I mean, you can get consultants for months on end going into companies going, we're going to get you guys aligned. You know, how much is that costing? This is a process that can take, once you get people into the right zone and you've got awareness of their gaps, just, you know, a few hours here, a few hours there, pays massive dividends. Either that, or they carry on with the misalignment that they'd had and they don't resolve it. So when they learn about the views and assumptions of others, they build more empathy and understanding. That's the learning from each other thing. And when groups of people do this, they reach a more actionable shared current reality. It's all about implementation. Okay. So the role of the leader, like I said, you cannot tell people to align. The role of the leader has a role to frame up the strategy and to, you know, answer questions, keep people on track and everything. They cannot then be expected to switch into an objective implementation, facilitation role and have people within that frame aligning. I'd say that the role of the facilitator is key. There's a huge role for OD specialists, communication, HR, even agile, lean, you name it, anybody to do with people and performance who's got facilitation skills, it can be an excellent alignment specialist. I think it's a whole thing. So this is the end of my presentation where I sum up with these enablers. It's all about psychological safety, diversity and inclusion, and learning from each other. So I'm going to stop there. What we're going to do now is come out of this.
So Lindsay, we had 6 respond out of the 7. We aren't able to reach the 7th board member. I'm not sure how that's going to affect the
okay,
setup.
Let's see what I can do. Meanwhile, do you want to facilitate some of these comments from the chat then, Sharon? And
yeah, super. Yeah. So hang on here.
Karen, I've got a question for the group while you're perusing.
Thanks. Yes.
Is, you know, from what we've heard, you know, here in the last 20, 30 minutes, where do you see applications or improvements or combining with what we're already doing around, you know, how do we coach up? How do we ensure the people at the sharp end of the stick who have the ability to inform us about reality have a voice? And then where does this play in our ability to help leaders and workers create a shared perspective, right? So equally informed people seldom disagree. So as we strive to have that happen, that's one question. How do we take all the things in the chat, all those other studies, the things we just heard? What are some things that bubble to the top for you guys?
You're asking the group. Yeah. Anybody? Yeah.
And I know John and Jake and others have an opinion on this.
Yeah, John. Yeah, Jake has had some good thing. Tanya, you've had some good, and John Carroll, you've had some good input in the chat. Anybody? Daniel, you just unmuted.
I mean, from my perspective, I think it starts with having the confidence and trust for open dialogue. It can be very intimidating to try and gauge or to question whether or not leadership can do more, be clearer, you know, come on out and be seen more. That sometimes takes a lot of courage to do in some cultures. So, you know, I think it depends on what culture has been established first. Is it a culture of friendliness, familiarity, openness, not one where anyone has to fear retribution?
Yeah, and part of development of alignment is helping develop a culture that has a broader base of shared meaning. Yeah, like, I don't know, Charles, you use the term sharp end of the stick. You know, I mean, that's a really interesting metaphor, but it also is pretty accurate. And it's not about having alignment on everything. It's finding out where you're missing, like what's the difference that's going to make the difference. So you may have 80% congruence on all sorts of areas, but missing 20% that is the difference that will make the difference for the teams to be able to work together well, for management to be able to create initiatives. Yeah, and the culture, it is about developing culture, and where that has to begin isn't in engaging people, but in that alignment process. Like what's our shared mental model of what we're supposed to be doing, who we are as a company or a team. Yeah.
Okay. I have the results of the scan now.
Okay.
So I hope you're ready. I'm going to, board members shifting about uncomfortably in their chairs a little bit there. No, it's fine. I'm going to share my screen now and we'll look at the questions and answers. So there were 11 questions in total. So this is a little bit of blurb, but the main, it's all on one page. So we asked, what is the purpose of your team? And we will go into seeing if there's any conflict in the responses there, or maybe they're on compatible lines. Let's see. We asked 5 scores, 5 learning behavior questions, 4 what we call opinion questions, and we also asked what needs more development in the team. Okay, so I'll go at the top and we'll have a look at these in detail, and then Sharon's going to facilitate a discussion. I'm going to zoom in here. So what's the team purpose? Learning community. I'll just let you read these. Right, so there's a lot of commonality there. I'm seeing the word community a lot. It doesn't matter. We don't have to have everybody like repeating the same parrot, you know, phrase on what is the purpose. I'm seeing quite a lot of alignment. I don't see anything that's any conflicting statements there.
How long have you guys been churning over the name and the purpose of HPRCT this past year, huh, Charles, Dean?
Well, that's been a question and a contention for 10 years. So
yeah,
let me just say kudos to this team. That is a hard thing to do, to depart from the past, and it went very, very well. So kudos to them.
That is true. And remember, the way that people express themselves is different as well. So this first response here, very brief, sharp. We've got more here about knowledge transfer, optimizing potential, which is a more conceptual way of looking at things. So like I said, people don't have to think exactly the same thing, but they have to be working on compatible lines. And I can see that that's what's going on here. Let me now go back down to these scores on learning behaviors. And the labels here are very small. I'm just going to enlarge this so that you can see what we're looking at. So there's one question about, does your team have the freedom to raise issues and questions? Now, the purple bar is the highest score provided, and the red bar is the lowest score provided. And the average is the orange bar in total. Sorry, the purple dot and the red dot. So here we can see that there's quite a lot of alignment that is quite high. The same goes for the next one, which is about, can we share knowledge? There's another high score here for committing to achieve shared goals. I'm not seeing any meaty issues coming out here, Sharon. What a shame. Another one is about confidence in team success, where there's a really high average there, with the spread of scores again, 75 to 100. And then, do we review processes and ways of working? This is normally what trips up a team, especially when they're not doing something full time because they just don't have the time. Scores here are slightly lower, but it's the same spread of scores. So I'd say that the alignment between team members is pretty high here. I'm going to move across now to the opinion scores.
So Lindsay, I have a question there.
Sure.
You know, I just wondered, is there such thing as, if everybody answered the exact same thing, is that necessarily good? Let's say there was 0 deviation across 10 or 12 people. Is that we're super communicative, or is that we have super groupthink? Is there such thing as, you know, what does too much band look like, and what does too little possibly? Is that possible?
So that's a really good question, Charles, and that's why this is only data that is meant to open the door to a discussion that is facilitated. Because it could be that there's a whole load of groupthink. We've spent a year working on our strategy, and so therefore we should have a high level of alignment on our purpose statement, for example. So you've got to be careful that if everybody's thinking the same thing, it is groupthink. Are there enough diverse opinions in the room? Are people bringing in? So that's where the conversation gets unpacked. And those are the kind of things that we're going to look at soon with questions from Sharon around how can you examine this data to change the scores or to move up? Because even if your scores are 86% or 68, this 68% shows that there's 32% of the time it could be better, potentially. So we'll get onto that. Does that answer your question? Okay, in this one, we've got, do you have clarity on how to achieve your shared goals? That often trips people up. You're very good on that. There must be some groupthink going on here. Alignment to the organization vision, even higher. Level of preparedness to succeed, yeah, pretty good. Level of positivity, very high. It's because you're in the middle of a conference and everything's going, woohoo, yay. And then this last question, and this is probably the one that I'm seeing a bit of discussion points going on here, because the question is, what needs to be established for this team to be more effective? Or what needs to be developed for this team to be more effective? And people could choose more than one thing. And actually, while you can see the data in the top, you know, if you were a leader walking into the room and everything's positive and people are sharing things, you'd say, oh, yeah, this team doesn't need any work. But actually, there's some really high 5 responses provided for. So 5 out of 7 people said roles and responsibilities needs development. Fine, it's not a criticism, it's just a thing. And then 5 out of 7 people said processes needed development. Okay, so we're starting to understand where the conversation might be focused for this tiny, tiny mini workshop that you're about to go into. But those are the results. Shall I now hand across to you, Sharon, for the Google Meet? I'm going to stop sharing.
Okay.
And I'm going to put the report into the chat.
Okay, yeah, so you're going to put the link to the report in the chat that people can click on it and look on their own screen. Is that, Lindsay? Okay, great. Yeah, so if you want to look at that and post some questions in a minute, that'd be great. What I'm going to do for you board members is I am going to send another email with a Google document link. This is a shared document, and it has 3 sections. You're going to be put into a breakout room. Each breakout room will be a section. For example, breakout room 1 is the top section. And it actually, the document will say breakout room 1, breakout room 2. You can either have somebody scribe your discussion of the questions, or you can answer individually. All you have to do is put your cursor on the document, and you should be able to write in it. So Lindsay is going to put the board members into 3 breakout rooms. And you just send me a chat if you can't access the document. And then what will happen is we're going to be watching their answers real time as they have this discussion and begin to scribe their answers to these questions. And we'll also be doing Q&A. So we'll be doing this concurrently because there will probably be a lag as they think about the questions before they begin typing. So board members, are you okay with this Google Doc link? Ready to go into a breakout room and begin to think? Okay, this is randomly selected.
It is, and I'm going to put you in 3 groups, so they're quite small, right?
Yes, yeah, there'll be 2 in each group. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we've got Jessica Morgan, is that right?
That's right.
Bob Latino, Dean, Mike. I know everybody's first names. I'm so bad.
John Walters.
John Walters, yeah. Charles Major, and Mike Blevins. Mm-hmm.
Actually, maybe we might have to adjust the plan here because we didn't think this. We can actually just have a discussion because we don't have too much time. We could have a discussion that in the whole room, just partly because it's going to be difficult for me to share with you this Google Doc and permissions like really quickly, but also because when I go to the breakout groups, of course, I get 53 people allocated to breakout rooms, and it would take me quite a long time to remove those. Sharon, are you okay if we just ask everyone except board members to put their cameras off, board members put their cameras on plus us?
That would be fine. Yeah, I was going to offer to manually, but that would be fine, and it keeps it active. Okay. Right,
because I think if you are able to share have a look at the, so everybody, all the board members will have the Google Doc open.
Okay, so let me get that. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Got,
should have thought that one through, shouldn't I?
No, I've probably got it on a, one of those windows. I've got it there, but
and then
hang on, Lindsay.
And then I'm going to share the document.
Yeah, it's giving me a la 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 la.
So you were trying to share out the Google Doc?
Yeah, it's what I was trying to do. Yeah.
I've got it open.
Oh, you do? Okay. Okay.
Could you share?
Would you share it, Dean?
Yeah.
Thank you.
There we go.
Multiple windows and things.
So if we just slowly scroll down this document to describe the kind of questions that we would be asking people in the breakout groups. I think for the sense of, for the time and for the kind of results, it doesn't really matter if we're not in breakout groups at this point. But for example, if we just stick there for a second, on the behaviors, the kind of questions that would be asked of those scores that we showed earlier. So they're all very high scores, all quite high alignment. What do you actually want the score to be in 3 to 6 months' time? Is it the same? Is it different? And what would need to be done differently to change the scores? And particularly on things like freedom to raise issues and questions, if you were aiming for that to be 90%, so just up a bit, what would have to happen differently to change those scores? And those are the kind of things that we would like you to think about, maybe talk about, or just scribe about while we are in this bit of the session. So you can just write down ideas here or whatever, and Sharon and I will also keep the conversation going with our commentary.
Okay. Yeah, and Lindsay, there's a question from Jake, and he's asking if there's no clear ideal state to aim for, then even if a team sees where they are right now, how will they know how to improve? It seems a bit like a map that shows your current location, but not your destination.
Well, to my mind, the destination is the strategy, whatever the strategy is. So this is assuming that there is a strategy in place and that there's a frame for the team. The reason why they're there is already, it may not be clearly articulated or well understood by them, but there is a reason why they've all been hired to be in or currently exist in the team that they're in. And the better the strategy is, the sharper the frame you've got to hang everything on. So the destination is in the goals that are being set of the team. Now, if they don't know that destination, they have to figure it out. And what we normally do in a workshop like this is we ask, if it's not clear, we ask the team leader to bring that clarity at the beginning of the workshop. What are the expectations of this team? What are the goals that the team is dealing with as a challenge? So that is where it's coming from. And I'd really be interested, Jake, if that doesn't make sense. Okay, thanks, says Jake. Yeah. So, and when you ask people themselves, how do you then get from A to B? You know, you provide the answers, you're in the team. We're not consulting, saying, okay, what you guys need to do is X, Y, and Z. It helps people really translate it to, well, what's possible. And that's the discussion. It's like, well, okay, to be able to bring difficult issues and discussions to the team, what would we have to do? Well, we'd have to be open to it. We'd have to, and in fact, maybe we can think about that right now. But if I could just challenge the board members to just scribe down on each, because you've each got the link to this Google Doc, so you can just go around this document as you feel free, and we can see what's happening with it.
Yeah, so Dean, could you show them how to just point their cursor and do a little typing? So we see that you're in breakout group 3 under behaviors. If you have anything that you've noticed, just, yep, there you go. This is how the document should work. So as board members, you go ahead and begin typing on it.
And then Sharon, I've sent you the demo scan report to your LinkedIn, if you could email it to the board members.
Okay.
While this is going on.
Okay.
So that you can look at the scores and you can think, just make any comments. You're just making a start on what can we do differently, because you're certainly not going to be fully aligned within at the end of the workshop. But what you are going to be, you are going to have a bit more clarity from these 11 questions on, well, where are we and what could we do about it?
So let me speak, if I may, while others are typing. I'll fill in a little time here. I've written some answers in the chat box rather than putting them on the document. I just wasn't clear on the instructions at the beginning. But Lindsay said something about time, and translation to me is forum, and we're actually running into that now. I mean, we all know we're time constrained, so if anybody were to disagree with your assignment, they're probably not going to bring up a point of order. Because they know we don't have that much time to discuss it. We've run into the same thing in the boards. You know, we meet periodically, but we meet for an hour or hour and a half each time. I think we're quite open. You know, if I were the leader of this team, I'd be very pleased with the survey results, and also acknowledge that there are things to work on, but that's good because we got things to work on. But I think all of us board members have felt some constraint over just the media of Zoom. And the time constraints that we have. You just can't quite get all your business done, as well as share your philosophies of life about what this group should be doing. And I'm quite pleased with the progress that we've made. Now, typically we have some sort of retreat annually. We skipped that last year, and so the fact that we got done what we got done during the COVID was quite impressive to me. And I have no doubt that we'll be able to, if we are able to have a retreat, we'll be able to accomplish even more toward those, I would say at least 2 things on the survey there and actions for future activities to be done. I'll pause.
So I suppose what's springing off from me on that is, even though time is a constraint, is it a question as to how could you guys create more space? Is there a way to change the current schedule of meetings to accommodate that pressure, to sort of take a little bit of that pressure off?
Well, and my answer, since I'm retired, is it's easy. Just add more meetings. But most of our board's still working for a living. And some of them are significantly involved in their businesses. So even just an hour or 2 a week is a significant challenge for some of them. And some can't even make it each meeting. Now, I'll just draw a parallel here. I still do a little bit of coaching in retirement for leaders, and every single leader I work with, probably number 1 complaint is I don't have enough time to do my job well. I do lots of stuff, but most of it I don't do as well as I want to. And I think we're, as a board, challenged with that same thing. So it's the old, and my typical answer to them is you're not delegating enough. And for a board like ours, you can make the same argument, is we're not involving the volunteers enough. But when you're talking strategy and mission, it's hard to do that sort of thing.
Yeah, definitely. And it explains why a lot of people don't spend much time reflecting on progress, which is that low score that we see in so many reports. Because it's even though it may have one of the highest value spend of time kind of ratios, it's really easy to just keep focusing on the future. There's loads.
Lindsay, do we have time for just a general question?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I'm thinking about alignment and and its resiliency. Is there a way to achieve it that gives reaching alignment, more robustness versus being fragile and susceptible to decay or fraying away?
Well, I'd say that the quick answer to that is that ground rules seem to make a heap of difference. I mean, when people do come up with ground rules around how they are going to conduct themselves together in a dialogue, it gives them permission to feel safer and to hold each other accountable, or at least hold themselves accountable to do that. What a team gets out of alignment is very much a reaction based on their reaction to how they deal with what they're confronting when they're looking at what's misaligned. And that is a whole learning process that takes much longer, of course. So how people, how their level of emotional maturity, emotional intelligence, how subjective they can be, how much they can be patient and put their judgment on hold while they're listening to other people. Those are all skills. And I think those skills that are in quite a lot of the other OD stuff out there. I saw a comment here about all of the fifth discipline stuff, left-hand column, ladder of inference, being aware of all of those kind of concepts. That's where this all really comes into play. So the more work that people can do on that, the better. Does that make any sense?
Yes, thank you.
So I'm just wondering if any of the board members have anything that they might like to add to this, this area number 2, key opinion ratings, areas need improvement. Just I noticed that there's writing. We've got writing, scribing on the top, and we've got on purpose, and we've got scribing on behaviors.
Well, what limited me on number 2 was my ability to remember what it looked like.
Yeah, and Lindsay, I'm sorry, I wasn't able to access that link
Okay.
for the image.
Let me just
for the scan. Yeah.
So the opinion ones were these ones, which is clarity about how to achieve goals, team alignment to the vision, preparedness to succeed, and level of positivity. So I suppose a good question might there be, what would make you feel more prepared to succeed as a team? What is it that means that this score is not higher, even though it's already high? Let's just push our standards up even higher. So that's what could go into that Google Doc there. What would it take for you to be more prepared to succeed? I'm just picking on that one because the clarity on how to achieve goals is at the same level of score, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But let's just take that one because that's a really key question.
Yeah, and for me, I'll jump in. And I had typed in bits about clarity on roles and actions and how they align to, so key measures and that kind of thing. And I think that falls into these two: level of preparedness to exceed and clarity on how to achieve goals. What are the expectations we all have of each other and of ourselves, and what are the actions that we are planning to take, in that conversation about, do they align to our overall goals, or are they just off track? So some of the things I typed in the Google document were probably misplaced, and they do relate.
Oh, that's fine. Thanks, Dean. So we should look at 3 for 2.
Yeah, maybe, because I was just typing away.
Does anybody else on the board have a reaction to what Dean's just said, or want to make a point alongside that?
I'm in agreement with what Dean said.
Oh.
And I think that also, I think that also relates to the team learning aspect, at least in my mind. And I've got a little mind, but for me, it relates to that, where, that clarity on roles and expectations and everything. Maybe why I ranked some of the team learning stuff a little bit lower was because we don't always have that opportunity to review or look at or comment on what I'm doing or what each other is doing and how they're aligning to those goals. So, you know, to me, that sort of falls into that team learning thing, if that makes sense.
I think it's also akin to discussions that we've had about the equivalent of an operations manual, that type of concept where everybody, it's clarified as to, you know, where are the overlaps and who does what. I mean, we all work very well together to get things done. But I think that there's an efficiency aspect there that if it was clearer that, you know, we could get things done better and faster.
Well, and in light of that, you know, when you're talking about this idea of getting things done a little bit better and faster, and knowing that next year you're planning to do this face-to-face again, not online, which I understand takes a lot of different kinds of logistics, you know, what would you like to have happen in the next 3 to 6 months to, you know, what kind of changes, or, you know, in looking at this scan, what might need to happen to help with that?
Well, I think Mike has talked about the offsite. I think the offsite face-to-face with a facilitated discussion, agreement around the roles and responsibility matrix and the checklist for a face-to-face conference, and then talk about what each one of us kind of brings to the table. So we see, I think we're seeing a lot more gap and overlap, transition from where we used to be only face-to-face to things are different in this environment. So I think there's that going on. And then we've had, to our benefit, addition of board members. So we haven't sat down as a complete board to have those face-to-face discussions. I think that's an important component that's yet missing.
Well, and I think one factor that will definitely be at play is that me and Dean are the newbies here, and we have not been on the board to experience a live conference. So the logistics and everything that go on for something like that, we haven't experienced it because you know, Bob Nelms had transitioned out. So there will be a learning curve and a lot of leaning on each other to learn how to go through that process.
To add to Bob's, I'm kind of the weird wrench in here because I'm an employee of the community. And so that does change the dynamic a little bit of what are we putting on a volunteer basis and what is my role. So I was one of those ones that said roles and responsibilities, having never attended a live conference. I'm looking forward to figuring out where do I fit into this so that I can support the board as best I can.
Yeah, so that's going to be really good to notice as it changes over this next year, with, you know, the new website, the new branding, and then also doing face-to-face, being really attentive that is one area, the roles and responsibilities that might need more attention than it has in the, you know, I mean, you've kind of sorted it out, the online stuff. Yeah, thank you, Jessica. That's good. Yes. Go ahead, Lindsay. Yeah.
In terms of process, what I'm noticing is that there is indeed a lot of trust in the room because people are owning the scores that they provided and sharing the ones that they provided where they were noticeable, and okay to talk about that. I mean, these are really great scores, especially because you guys have been remote. So, you know, I know that this community has been going on for a long time and that there must be a lot of trust built up in the board. And you can really see that just from this small discussion and from some of these scores here. But there's always something, of course, to talk about in terms of how can we go forward better together, which is what alignment is all about. And I get your view too here, Sharon, but if you were going to continue this discussion, you could be talking about, what are these things that we can be doing differently? So in a way you're reflecting, but you're also talking about what you're going to do more effectively as a team going forward as well. It's not just all about looking backwards, of course.
So shall I share the Google document again, Lindsay? We'll go over that just so people can see what was put on there. And then we've got an interesting question in the chat, Lindsay. about language and having a glossary of terms or doing something different. Maybe as people are reading the breakout group from information.
Yeah, it's hard to talk about a glossary of terms because people in different parts of the world and in different organizations, in fact, attach different meanings to different words. And I wouldn't want to advocate for a single set, although it helps. There isn't one, I don't think, at the moment, but there's definitely a really good idea to at least get people started or having a place to anchor to. Good question, Brianna.
Yeah, and anybody else have any questions or noticings? I'm just slowly scanning through this document so you can kind of read, think, and ask all at the same time. But please just post them in the chat or unmute yourself.
I don't have one about the content right now of what we're seeing on the screen, but I'm wondering, what's your experience, Lindsay and Sharon, in little strategy, facilitating this kind of tool and alignment with, like, little strategy, small group, intact working group versus like big strategy, organization-wide kind of alignment. Do you know what I mean? Like, does it work? Do you see anything different in micro versus macro?
Well, the only thing I'd come back to start with, if I can take the response first, is that there's more complexity in the larger, more tricky organizations, which means there's just more to talk about and more to unravel and more to be misaligned on. It is much simpler with, this board, this group of people who know each other, mostly know each other, and who've been going forward and obviously have some pretty good alignment scores. But when you get more into entrenched issues about competence and in countries where people can't just be fired on the spot, they've got to be go through some kind of works council. There are deep and difficult issues. It just means that there's more data and there's more conversation and more time needed for the process.
Thank you.
So, so Donald Watson is saying some people just score surveys differently. I don't give a lot of 10s, for example. So the group may even be in more alignment than what it shows. So how is that taken into account?
Yeah, and so because it's not really taken into account, it just kind of is. But one thing that mitigates against that to a certain point is that the statements are agree, disagree. And there's only 5 points on the statement score. So you either fully agree or you fully disagree, or you're somewhere in the middle for most of the questions, yeah. In which case there's not that much scope to have a real kind of subtle differences of opinion, because there's just not the capability, there's not the facility to take that in. So that sort of mitigates against it a little bit.
Well, and I one thing that I noticed about the process you use and how you're working with alignment is in the larger surveys, there's more qualitative questions. And I know that you hand code those. So they're not just squished into generalized codes, that you're really attending to the words people are using and the expressions they're sharing about their experience.
And I think that is a good point, because in so many pulse checks these days, you get a kind of like, answer these 3 questions and you'll find out if you are this, or, this pulse check will give you X. I mean, I think with alignment, you've got to go into it properly, ask those qualitative questions, and you can only represent the meaning as data if you are going to code the answers so that the meanings and characters are matched so that they can be graphically represented. And we do that by hand because AI just isn't at the point where it can cope with it, which does add on a bit to the process. But like I say, I think the value of alignment is, I really don't want this to sound too salesy all the time, but I'm talking about alignment more than anything else. The value of people taking the time to take a step back and check each other's assumptions and check whether they're on the same page.
Deborah, you're unmuted. Did you have something?
Yeah, sure, that'd be fine. Thank you.
You're welcome. Did you have a noticing or something that you wanted to ask? Deborah? Okay. Okay, anybody else? You're welcome to come on camera. You're welcome to unmute if you have a question, noticing, learning, just even a question a little bit, more about alignment, how it might be useful to your group personally.
And maybe we could also take this time to just go around the 7 participants and just ask you to describe how you felt. Would that be your question, Sharon?
Yeah. So like, just starting with your dean, what was this, just one word to best describe your experience of taking the survey, being part of this process?
Starting with me?
Yeah, starting with you, Dean.
I liked it. So I'm going to go back to the very first slide. And maybe I recall it. I don't recall it correctly, but Lindsay, the first slide that you showed, around how we think we see the world, and is it all shaping up the way we perceive it? And I like that kind of like ability to discover how my thinking and perceptions of the team align with everybody else's, and are we seeing it the same way? So like this opportunity to discover, I really like, and I can see how it would work in a big organization or in a small group too. Sorry, that was a lot. That was a long road to a small house. Sorry.
No, that's all right. That's why we start with you. No, thank you, Dean. That was good. And Bob, what was your experience? Like, just, one word or briefly, what was your experience of doing this survey, participating in this?
Again, being one of the newer members, but I like the format, but my answers wouldn't have changed if we were in person. I feel comfortable enough with the group to be that open, and I think that the scores reflected that. I didn't need anonymity to say something that I wouldn't say in front of them. Yeah. I think the scores reflected that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Bob. And John, what about you?
I actually, from a standpoint, I'm kind of like Jessica in that I'm not actually a board member. I actually plan these conferences and work with all the board members to make the conferences happen. And I did a lot of learning this past year with Bob Nelms on how to do a virtual conference, but being kind of at the sharp end of the stick there, I think it was a good exercise to kind of put back down on virtual paper some of the things that we probably, the board members know this intuitively to help understand our roles, because Bob Nelms, who I looked a lot to as far as direction, as far as planning and stuff, roles, and how do we do this? How are we going to do this? We have to have an understanding between, everybody can be focused in a different area, but when it comes down to actually execution, we all know how we're going to do this. And some of this is, some of this happens in the background, and everybody knows it happens, but we don't know exactly how it happens. It just happens. And so I think answering some of these questions over time, especially Lindsay and Sharon, as we build toward this live conference in 2022, we're probably going to get to answer those questions more. Now, as far as can we get better on alignment, you know, I think there's always room for improvement. I just think that we need to be able to do like you said and step back and look and say, how are we doing today? Okay, and are we meeting what, because the people that we serve, the board serves the community. Now, is our alignment such that we can serve them to give them a great conference experience, whether it's virtually or live? So anyway, but I did appreciate the opportunity to put it on the paper.
Great, thank you, John. And Charles.
Let me just say quickly, impressive that I think it shows a lot of thought behind the tool and some validity, that how quickly we can get the dialogue. So kudos to that. And I think it would have use without facilitation. Obviously, a lot deeper use with someone who knows how to facilitate dialogue.
Yeah, super. And Mike.
It just makes me think of the keys in execution. And typically you find, I think you're finding it's very aligned at the top. And as we move deeper into the processes and other things we identified as issues would be where the longer dialogues would need to take place.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Mike. And Jessica.
My first takeaway is the level of trust in this board, the trust in capabilities, the trust in motivation behind what we do. I wouldn't look at any of the board members and go, I wonder why they did that. I have no doubt behind their motives that everyone is genuine in their pursuit of helping this community grow and learn from one another. And I think that is reflected in the responses where we had those fives of we were open and saying we'd like some more alignment on what the roles and responsibilities are. We'd like some more alignment on our ability to learn from our processes and develop processes. I think that also shows that this is a group of individuals who like having processes and systems in place so that they can learn. And as the newbie to the group and to this philosophy in general, that is, I find it entertaining at the base level. I think it's great that this is a group of people who are motivated to learn and put a process in place so that when they depart the board or when the next person steps in, they can step in with ease.
Great. Thank you so much. Yeah.
That's really great to hear from you all like that. And can you imagine though, what it would have been like if the scores had been quite different? I mean, I think what this has done is helped to strengthen you because now you share an understanding about those scores at least. And it's really positive for this whole community, especially with all the changes coming up. So that's fantastic. If it was more challenging, it would be, you would probably go down like a change curve into less positivity because you get to find out things that you didn't know were problems. And then it would take longer to work out of those. And it all depends on what comes out of the data and how people handle the data. So it's every team is totally unique and it's quite interesting because each report tells a different story.
Lindsay, Sharon, thank you so much for taking us through a very ambitious hour and a half and incredibly valuable, like both from a personal and team perspective, but I think for everybody. So I really appreciate what you shared and what you put into this. So thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you, Lindsay.
And thank you to the board for just opening up too. So we're going to now switch to Asher Balkin from Ohio State. And Asher, I've given you co-host rights, so you're more than welcome to jump in and share your screen when ready. But we're going to now talk about expanding the community of practice through different related schools of thought. And just, Asher, if I'm not mistaken, I think our opportunity here is to learn from other bodies of knowledge. Is that right?
Absolutely, absolutely. So, we really want to break down the siloing effect, and we're going to talk about this throughout the talk, and bring in sort of new ideas and create sort of an environment of intellectual cross-pollination, cross-fertilization, and also you talk about some new trends, some new things that are starting to happen in safety that are going to give us a new set of tools to really accomplish our goals. So I'm going to go ahead and
I apologize. I'm remiss in introducing your partner, Asher.
I am. This is Ruth Matuke. She is a new research assistant in the Cognitive Systems Engineering Lab here at Ohio State University. And she's going to be doing this presentation with me, and she'll be talking to you in just a few minutes. Awesome. We're gonna have a good time. So let me go ahead and get this started. Let's see. Share screen.
There you go.
All right. There we go. All right. So I am Asher Balkin. I'm here with Ruth Matuke. She's going to be talking to you in just a minute. And we're going to talk about some upcoming techniques and processes that we can use to sort of grow our community of practice, to expand beyond the kinds of traditional safety that we're all accustomed to. But before we do that, I want to talk a little bit about why we started with this question, right? We began with the sort of the conference theme of how are we going to grow? How are we going to expand? How are we going to move beyond what we've traditionally been doing in safety? And that sort of led Ruth and I to another question, which is what has stalled our progress? What's been restraining us, right? Why is it that we have to look farther? Are we looking farther and farther afield because we want to make new friends, which is always good? Are we looking farther afield because we think they have ideas? Are we looking farther afield because we're having trouble accomplishing our goals? I think all of those things are true, right? We're having increasing difficulty in the safety community pushing forward. We seem to be hitting ceilings everywhere we go, and as we incorporate safety into more and more of the things that we do, we're looking for new ideas, new methods, new techniques that might offer us a way to push that upper threshold, to move farther, to make work safer and more effective. And so here we are, seeking out other people who could help us. Are there ideas? Are there skill sets that we could add to ours to push forward? So this is one of the few actual photographs you'll see, and I have stolen it very carefully from the internet. This is a picture of oil and water, and that's not the important part. The important part about the oil and the water is the way it forms these little bubbles. And if you've ever cooked pasta or used oil and water, you know that the bubbles form, there's a big bubble, and then the little ones break off, and then the little ones merge together, and sometimes they merge back together with the big one, and then this one breaks off and moves together under the pressures of the water and the different thermal currents that occur. In a lot of ways, I think this is a wonderful analogy for how schools of thought, for how disciplines get started. They emerge from within larger fields, whether that's, in our case, sometimes that's business operations, sometimes that's psychology, sometimes that's industrial engineering. They start from something else. They begin to define their own little niche, and then they kind of bud off, right? They create a new identity. Industrial safety, occupational safety, industrial hygiene kind of budded off and created their own little niche, their own section of the world where we have expertise, where we understand the processes and the mechanisms that occur. And that makes sense. But one of the things that happens when you do that, and this is a natural effect, we see this across industries and across generations of history, those boundaries harden. Right? When we talk, it's an effect of taxonomy, as I've noted there. When we start talking about us, right, we want a clear, crisp boundary, what that is. We want to know who we are. We want to know what we have expertise over. We want to know what we can talk about. We want to know what we know, right? We only want to speak within our area of expertise. We don't go, and in many cases, we wouldn't go and tell accounting how to do their job, right? That's not what we do. And we are often very frustrated when the accounting side comes and tries to tell us how to do our jobs, right? As happens more frequently than most of us would like. But the side effect of that is as those boundaries harden, we lose access to that information, and then we start to complain about isolation. And this phenomena is in no way unique to industrial health and safety. This happens in almost every discipline of practice. It's very well documented in medicine and in engineering, and increasingly a problem in business and software development. This isn't unique to us. But because of the kind of work that we do, because the kind of work that we do doesn't only result in losses in dollars and cents, but also impacts potentially quality of and existence of lives, these boundaries have a different effect than they would in other kinds of business environments. And so we have to take them more seriously. So we found ourselves in this situation. Industrial occupational health and safety is isolated. There are others who work in related areas, and we need the insights that they have. We need the information, the skill sets that they have. And also, beyond our nearest neighbors, there are folks who are working more distally, working farther apart away from us, folks who we wouldn't necessarily think of as being directly related to safety, that have a great deal to add to conversations about safety. And we're going to actually highlight two of those in this talk. We're going to talk a little bit about the field of resilience engineering, and we're also going to talk a little bit about the potential insights that machine learning and artificial intelligence might at some point, I'm going to be very careful, might at some point be able to contribute to industrial safety. So one of the problems that we face right now is that our traditional core of what we think of as what we do at HPRCT and in industrial health and safety in general, we seem to be hitting that ceiling, right? Human performance. I know there are a lot of people who would argue with me, and this could be the hill I'm going to die on. But I would argue that traditional human performance is slowing. We're not having the impact with these rollouts that we were having 10, 12 years ago. And we're going to talk later on about why I think that is. Root cause as a methodology, I would argue, is coming up against its stall point. We're not learning more by trying to do more and more root cause analyses. And we're also going to talk more about why that is. And trending, although trending is still providing us tremendous insight, I would argue that we have peaked, right? The rate of change is slowing. We're getting less and less out of trending than we were 10, 12, 20 years ago. And that in and of itself is a problem because we have new tools that we can use to advance that. So those are three things, and we are going to talk a little bit about each one of those because I know we have a diverse audience here. We're going to hit each one of these: human performance, root cause, and trending. We are going to talk about those, but we are going to spend the bulk of our time talking about the field of resilience engineering, which might have something to add, and artificial intelligence and machine learning, which might have something to add, but in my mind, there's still significant questions in that field. So human performance, and I often joke, and you'll notice there's no citation here. This is a joke I often make, that human performance is the world's largest, the world's second largest umbrella term, right after business operations. Business operations can include anything from the folks who clean the floors and toilets, to the engineers who design the equipment, to the folks who run the factory, to accounting. Business operations can include anything. But human performance is a close second. When people talk about human performance, they're typically talking about a mix of things that seems to be ever expanding, right? Traditionally, human performance was ergonomics, was human biomechanics, lifting, that kind of thing. And then we started adding in neurobiology, psychology, cognitive science. And then increasingly, we moved beyond what was just happening in our place of work and talking about mental health in general, as we realized people's sleep schedules affected their work performance, and the stresses that they were experiencing at home affected their work performance. And so we became, as a field, more interested in mental health and wellness in general. And this has exacerbated, particularly in the last 18 months, but even before that, when we start talking about issues of remote work. Particularly for office workers or distributed teams. And now we have digital devices, which result in these continuously connected employees. So we don't really have the kind of off time that we typically had. Even if you're working in a job that typically occurred, in a set period, even if that was shift work, if you were a physician or a nurse working in a hospital, you're still expected to be available in a terrible emergency on your device. So there's no time you can really have off, right? There's no time when you're really off when you're continuously connected. And as the last year and a half has told us that now industrial health and safety and occupational safety is increasingly concerned with infectious disease control and epidemiology. When we started having COVID outbreaks in meatpacking factories and in manufacturing factories, who were those first calls, right? Those first calls were to occupational health and safety. How are we going to slow the spread of this? What do we do to keep our workers safe? How are we going to reorganize our production lines to get more distance between people? They used to work right next to each other. Can we spread them out, right? What are the changes in PPE that we now need that we didn't used to need before? These are all questions that in a very short period of time became things that were only occasionally discussed in most industrial health and safety circles to the predominant issue. Overnight, we went from slips, trips, and falls to COVID. COVID was all we were doing, right? But again, this is, I would argue that human performance, although we have had, and I'm very clear on this, we have had tremendous gains thinking about and involving human performance in industrial health and safety. I would argue we are starting to slow because we're having difficulty as a field, and I take particular responsibility for this as an academic researcher. We're having increasing difficulty translating the emerging science that is happening, the things we are learning, translating that into practice in ways that save lives, protect property, actually help people on the ground. And simultaneously, we're having difficulty not only translating that, but once it's translated, making it accessible to people who actually can implement that information and use it and actually make those changes. So my colleague, Ruth, is going to talk to us a little bit about root cause. I know many of you are root cause aficionados here, so we're going to keep this brief. We don't want to tell you what you already know. So she's going to talk a little bit, and then we're going to move on to some other techniques. Ruth, please.
And Ruth and Asher, if I can, I'm just going to interrupt for 1 second, and I apologize for that. We're getting a little background noise from someone in the audience today. So if everybody could just please make sure you're muted. I can't seem to find it. So if you would, everybody, please make sure you're muted. And thank you. And Ruth, I'm so sorry. And Asher, sorry for the interruption.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
As Asher already stated, root cause analysis has come to a point of stalling. Now, it's not that people aren't implementing the things that they need to do. It's the fact that, unfortunately, it happens retrospectively. So the idea is to be proactive about these things, stop them before they occur, get everyone in a safe and healthy place. But if there's a problem that we are not aware of, we're in a situation where we do have to go back, figure it out, and weed out exactly what we have to do. Now, there can be multiple causes. Even though it's supposed to be root cause analysis, there could possibly be a few little casual factors coming in and here and there. And because of that, the actual process of figuring out the initial issue comes in huge. So, of course, the root cause is something that if we do take that issue out, the entire problem dissipates. Yeah. So from the top, we start by identifying and describing the issue. We create a timeline following that, so we can now place how this started from that initial root cause and how it moved on from that point on. We have to then figure out if it's truly a root cause or a causal factor. So that process could occur for a long period of time, depending on how many issues could have come up, if it was just a simple individual situation, or if there were, like I said, multiple causes to the overall situation. From there, we can record, react, figure out how we're going to work this out as a team, and then implement the solutions that we do come up with. The issue that can come in is that when you are working in a team, nobody wants to be the person who this falls on me, or if it is an entire group of people, you know, that thought of you saw something was going to happen, but you didn't speak up, or you did say something, but somebody else who had a little more confidence in the situation decided to, you know, let it go. And then there's an issue going on there. And identifying that and taking responsibility on your own can be really challenging. And there's an honorable mention of the storage of information. It's very possible to have a bunch of graphs, a bunch of paperwork, a bunch of files just of all this information, but not actually doing anything with it. Now, thanks to technology, it can just be on a flash drive or something, but over time, all of those files, if we don't do anything with them, we're just kind of there with all of these issues and no actual solution. But one of the weaknesses is actually very helpful, because the fact that you are in a team makes it be that you have to kind of look inward on the situation. And if there was something that you messed up on, or something that somebody else messed up on, you can talk to them, and as a team work to make these changes, work to create a new idea. And since it is a team situation, the information isn't passed down from a head who doesn't know what's going on, but within the team, and you guys can come to a situation where everyone actually understands the problem, understands the solution, and it's not passed down from someone who doesn't know, but it's experienced within the team.
All right, thanks, Ruth. So the next one we're going to talk about is trending. So principally, I would argue that the greatest thing that trending has done for industrial health and safety, since its widespread adoption about 25 years ago, well, geez, now along 35 years ago, is that it prevents management from taking action based on an anecdotal impulse. Oh, we had this event. Now we have to change everything. Excuse me, we had one event with this particular piece of equipment. We're not using that piece of equipment anymore. We're not using that manufacturer anymore. Everyone who does this, we need to stop it immediately. And trending forces us to look, first of all, more data driven, but it also forces us to look at a larger time scale and recognize larger patterns. But it's important to recognize that trending is a monitoring function. It's not an interventional one. Trending helps us understand what's happening in our system. It doesn't necessarily help us change in and of itself what's happening in our system. It's a monitoring function, not an interventional one. And again, it can really only be forward-looking insofar as the future is suggested by the past. So during times of rapid change, the ability of trending to offer useful actionable insights becomes greatly reduced, particularly during shock events. Right, there was no trending anywhere in the world that was going to tell us that COVID was going to be this kind of a deal. At least that's the argument. Some people would say that there were weaker signals, there were stronger signals, there were echoes of history. But I think it's safe to say that COVID wasn't, 2 years ago, COVID wasn't on the dashboard. Widespread viral illness wasn't on the dashboard of most occupational health and safety folks. Even looking at good and well-trended data wasn't necessarily going to bring that into our purview. All right, so we've talked about human performance, root cause, and trending. We've hit the meat of HPRCT. But I want to talk mostly about resilience engineering, and the potential impacts of machine learning and AI. We're going to spend the bulk of our time here. So the first thing I want to do, I see something popping up in the chat. If there's a question, I do want to. Yep, thank you. Okay, so 4 conceptions of resilience. So typically when we talk about resilience as researchers, we really talk about it in at least one of 4 ways. When we talk about an organization being resilient, we can talk about resilience as rebound, meaning something happened to your organization. There was an insult, there was a shock event. You can think about this as a flood or a fire. Hurricane Katrina is a great one. And the first question that many in leadership and management will ask is, okay, how soon can we get back to normal? How quick can we get back to the way we were? We accept that we have to have reduced production now. How soon can we get back to normal? At the beginning of COVID, that was the first thing we were asking, and many of us have asked that for the duration, right? How soon can we all get back to normal? There is one measure of an organization's resilience, that is rebound. How quick can you recover, as in get back to normal, from a shock event? The second concept, the second conceptualization of resilience is as what we call robustness. And resilience as robustness means how well protected are you against a known kind of event or a class of event. So for example, if you run data centers, you know that power outages are going to shut down your business. So you install a backup generator. You are building your organizational resilience against a particular category of challenge. In that case, power outage, right? If you know that you work in a meatpacking plant, you might be continuously monitoring and taking environmental samples to ensure that there aren't bacterial contaminants or viral contaminants or fungal contaminants or kinds like these, right? Those kinds of things develop organizational resilience against a known class of threat, a known class of hazard. The third type is what we call graceful extensibility. And these are the last two. Graceful extensibility and sustained adaptability are the ones that can be harder to wrap your head around. Graceful extensibility draws its name actually from work in the software world. Software can be designed, equipment, machines can be designed to be extensible. What does that mean? What is extensibility? Well, extensibility occurs when you can push the edge of your performance boundary. Well, we thought we could only go this far, but if we reorganize the way we do things, we can go a little farther, right? We thought that we could only produce 1,000 units a day, but if we reorganize our equipment, we can go to 1,200 units a day. Right. There's an event that causes us if you've been following the news, you know that there is a nearly global microchip shortage right now caused by the COVID shock event, right? The microchip processing factories had to shut down. Well, one of the ways they're trying to be more extensible is by reorganizing their production flows to produce a greater number of units per time, hour, day, whatever, at a cost of a higher rate of defect. So they're trying to push their production boundaries a little farther, right? That's graceful extensibility. Instead of it being a hard boundary, when I come right up against it, I'm done, I can push a little farther. The greatest examples of this actually come from the biological world, not from the engineering world. In many ways, this is what adrenaline does. I'm only so strong, I can only run so far, I can only stay up so long. But adrenaline allows me to extend that boundary, to stay up longer, to gain strength, to fight harder, to run faster, to do these things. There are costs of that in terms of recovery times and things like that. But biology allows us to gracefully extend, to push our boundaries of performance a little bit farther in times of crisis. The fourth conceptualization of resilience really takes graceful extensibility and pushes it up and out across the whole organization. Not just are we doing this for a short period of time during a shock event, but we have redesigned our system in such a way that it allows us to be continuously adaptive, to constantly change the way we do things because the world around us is changing. We know the world around us is changing. We know if we don't change with it, we're going to fall behind. And so we have designed a system that instead of going from fixed point, major upgrade, to fixed point, to major upgrade, moves more effortlessly, more smoothly, with fewer bumps in the transfer of control between one system state and another through a longer period of time. I'm going to take a pause real quick and check the chat. Absolutely. So we'll come back to the comments on trending. Absolutely. Data does scream out for action. That we'll talk about that in just a second. So thank you. Okay. So resilience engineering. Resilience is a verb. Resilience is something you do. We talk about resilient performance in the face of challenge, right? It's not something you have. And because it's not something you have, unlike production capacity or a number of employees or a runtime on a generator, because it's not something you have, it's something you do, it occurs in the moment emergently, it is a verb and it is difficult to measure. So the field of resilience engineering starts to look for system properties. Okay, well, if we can't measure this thing directly, if we can't get out our yardstick, or we can't get out our scale, or we can't get out our stopwatch, how do we do this? How do we understand patterns? How do we think about this? Is it magic? Does it just sort of happen? It turns out not really. It might seem magical at the time, and it will almost certainly seem magical in retrospect. But in rigorous study and long stretches of history, we can figure out that there actually are patterns in this. And we have seen particular qualities in organizations that handle shock events better, that exhibit resilient performance, both to a greater degree and more frequently. So what do we find when we look at that? When we do a rigorous analysis, when we dig into the sort of academic side of this, we see that organizations that handle safety events well, that handle shock events well, end up usually performing 4 types of behaviors: monitoring, responding, learning, and anticipating. And again, these are broad categories. How they're instantiated in a particular operational context will absolutely vary. What this looks like, OSU recently did a project with American Airlines, and we've done some with utility line clearance in the vegetation management side. The instantiations, the operationalizations of these 4 behaviors look very different in aviation than they do in utility line clearance. They look very different, but fundamentally they're doing the same thing. They're monitoring their system and the world around them. They have the capability, both resources and knowledge as a category of resource, they have the capability to respond to an event as it happens and to minimize its consequences. They learn from events that have happened, and critically, they learn both from their failures and from their successes. And finally, as a result of that learning, they're able to anticipate future events, right? And this is sort of the proactive leading edge of the trending side. They're able to understand the system well enough that they can anticipate what's going to happen next, and as a result, develop plans for the future so that they can stay in sync with time, right? What kills systems, and we can talk about this at the end too, what kills systems is falling out of sync, is falling behind, losing the ability to compensate with the world around them. And it doesn't seem to matter. It doesn't seem to matter what that system is. If you lose the ability to respond to the events of the world in time, you will start falling behind, and your system will collapse. Okay, so that's resilience engineering. We're going to talk a little bit about machine learning and artificial intelligence, and there are some subtle differences between the two, but for our context, we can talk about them together, and that's just fine. And I would say that for the most part, it's fancy statistical analysis and pattern recognition. Most folks don't want to put that line on the top, don't want to show that, but for the most part, it is, we talk about neural networks and we talk about all of these fancy implementations. They're fancy implementations of extensive and very interesting mathematics that ultimately rely on pattern recognition and statistical analysis. There's no magic in the box. And I would argue there's no real intelligence in the box either. So if that was the top line of machine learning and artificial intelligence, what's the bottom line? The bottom line is that just like other kinds of predictive systems, it's only as good as its model of the world, right? And it gets its model of the world from the data it gets, and it gets data from the system designer. So the machine system is only as good as its designer's model of the world. And this particular point is going to have implications later on in this section, right? When we expect machine learning to discover things, almost out of thin air. So the limits of machine learning and AI for safety. Because machine learning really refers to a broad spectrum of things, each particular instance or instantiation is going to have different set of strengths and weaknesses, and we can talk about what types of algorithms are good for what and weaker in other situations. But in general, there are two principal issues that are right now holding back this field as it comes to helping us with industrial health and safety. And the first is not unique to health and safety. This is almost inherent with the way machine learning works. Because the math underlying it is so complicated and so thick, most of these processes are black box models. They don't tell you a lot about what's happening. So you end up in a situation where you basically have to trust it. You have to trust what it's saying, because deciphering the actual process of what it's doing is an incredibly time and energy and expertise intensive task. And leading into that second one is because of that, they're not often, these kinds of things aren't often used in industrial health and safety. There aren't many commercial off-the-shelf offerings. There are some research projects, and in fact, we're running two of them here at Ohio State, one in healthcare and medicine, and one in industrial health and safety. But there is nothing, I would argue, there are no machine learning tools right now, nothing that qualifies as legitimate machine learning or artificial intelligence that is in anything other than really pilot programs. Even from commercial companies, they're really just pilot programs right now. And that's really limited because it requires a great deal of expertise to interpret and understand the findings. And there aren't a lot of folks who have both the dedication to industrial health and safety and also a bunch of free time to learn about how artificial intelligence works. That being said, I'm not all a Debbie Downer when it comes to it. It does have benefits. It does have utility. It can be used to identify patterns that might have missed human attention, that might have missed human recognition. It can detect faint or weak patterns across vast data sets in ways that a human being simply could never do. You can, import into this process, millions of events, hundreds of millions of events, and particularly this is useful in some of the aviation cases we're studying, where we can do something with machine learning that we would never be able to do with human analysis, which is we can feed into this system the entire yearly log of flight events. Every flight that takes off and lands in the continental United States from either an airline or all airlines, we can dump into this thing. And we can get millions and billions of data points and recognize patterns across those in ways that a simple human analysis couldn't. There are some trending techniques that would give us information, but I would argue that more sophisticated patterns would be more difficult to realize, particularly if they're showing up in different airlines in different times or under a wider range of situations. Those would be more difficult to recognize with traditional trending techniques. But again, they may discover or alert on irrelevant patterns. They may tell you, hey, there's something here. There's a correlation here, right? And there might be. But again, because they rely on this underlying thick statistical process, they are going to find a correlation there, but it potentially might be meaningless, right? And so one of the problems that we're having on the medical side is, yeah, the machine is detecting a lot of patterns in patient decompensation or irregular heartbeat and all of these other kinds of things. But then we put in a data set of, let's say 1 billion data points, and the machine throws out a bunch of alerts. Then we have to spend a lot of time going through those alerts and sorting out what's really happening. And in the end, we're not seeing the kinds of widespread panacea benefits that we were all told were going to happen the minute we started doing this and the minute we taught machines to recognize patterns and heartbeats and these kinds of things. So it still does take quite a bit of human intervention and operation. So the bottom line for, I guess this is the bottom line for machine learning and artificial intelligence It can be used for pattern recognition, and it's actually very good at that. And ultimately, it's likely to be the next tool that gets added to the Trending Experts Toolkit. I suspect if I was giving this talk 10 years from now, trending and machine learning, the separation wouldn't be anywhere near as significant as it is today. Most folks who do trending will either have some experience with machine learning or will be trying to get some, whether that's in a formal sense or through online self-training and the like. But again, because of the way it operates, it doesn't work like the kinds of trending tools that are currently used. It is far more closed, far more black box, far more difficult to interpret, difficult to understand, and far more reliant on the particular nuances of the data that have been fed into it, both in your current explorations and in the past, if it's the way it was trained. And as I mentioned, trending folks, the folks who do the trending, this is going to become part of their tool set. What we think about as trending, I think is going to slowly dissolve away into a larger field of data analytics. Trending in safety is just going to end up being sort of one branch of this larger data analytics tree. And as a result, these folks are going to have to acquire, it's going to be an expectation of the field that they have a broader skill set that's going to include some machine learning and AI work. As I mentioned, the methods are going to mingle, and the lines between safety and other types of business analytics are gonna start to dissolve. That has some interesting implications for us, right? If ultimately your folks don't think of themselves as safety analysts or safety trending experts, they really think of themselves as data scientists or data analysts. Once that process starts to happen, they're going to find themselves understanding these tools, likely moving around more in organizations and even potentially between disciplines. You might find somebody who is now helping you interpret and understand your safety trending data, who 6 months or a year ago was working in more business analytics, because the underlying tool sets are the same. And that has some benefits. It could be easier to get higher quality, better skilled people, but we're also going to have to compete for those high quality people because they think of themselves as data analysts or data scientists. We're going to have to compete with potentially and very likely higher paying other business units, right? No one goes into industrial health and safety to get rich, and other business units are likely to be able to pay those folks considerably more. Finally, those analysts, because they're likely to move around from business analysis to safety to operational performance to potentially even quality and quality analysis, they're very likely have less operational context of what safety is and what safety does. And that can make it harder for them to understand when the things that they're looking at in these complex machine learning algorithms are actually something that might be useful to us versus something that really is just sort of normal flow, right? Because they will have moved around so much, they won't necessarily be as finely tuned to the nuances of working in safety and recognizing longer term trends in safety. So finally, we're coming back, growing our community. This is where we started, and this is where we're going to end. In the future, we're going to have to be less siloed, not necessarily because we want to be, even though we do want to be. We've wanted to be for a long time. Wanting to be hasn't been enough. We're going to be less siloed, and we're going to interact more with the resilience engineering community. We're going to interact more with the artificial intelligence and machine learning community. Not because we necessarily want to, although we do, but because we're going to have to. They have tools and insights that we need to do our job. They have tools and insights that we need to push beyond the ceiling that we're currently experiencing, to push the limits of what we can do. And I would say part of that is being prepared as safety managers to include a wider range of skill set into your safety teams. There will likely be people on your safety teams who don't come out of a traditional safety background. Some of those people are going to come out of a resilience engineering or an aviation or a healthcare background. Increasingly, those people might come out of a data science or data analytics background, or even a straight math or computer science background. They're going to come with a very different set of precepts. They're going to come with a very different identity than the traditional folks that find themselves in operational health and safety. And finally, we're going to have to be willing to accept and even welcome that because these new folks, resilience engineers and data scientists, are going to be useful and have methods that are useful across organizations, we might find that we have these people rotating through our teams instead of being the kinds of long-term permanent members that we have typically hoped for. We might find someone who's, you know, their career is moving on, and part of their career involves spending a year or 18 months in the safety team, right? Maybe you're a resilience engineer who works in a bunch of different areas, and right now you're going to be doing a project for the next 18 months with safety to help enhance organizational resilience in that way. And again, not only are we going to have to accept them, but we're going to have to welcome them. We're going to have to do something that we don't traditionally do in safety, which is look at someone and say, I know you're only going to be here for 18 months and I love you anyway for it, right? Even though this isn't what you're trained in, even though this isn't your passion, even though you don't bleed neon orange like the rest of us, we still love that you can help us, and we're still welcome here. You're still welcome here. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and pause. I'm going to turn this off, and I'm going to go back to the chat so we can.
Yeah, and let's invite anybody who wants to raise a hand or unmute themselves to just jump in and ask any questions or share any observations.
Yeah, please do.
So let's pause there for a moment. Let's see what volunteers we have or what insights anybody wants to share. Yeah, I thought it was some interesting, so all really interesting, both of you, thank you. And the insights about predictive analytics and direction and where we are right now, I think is particularly interesting just because it's, you know, some of the same challenges of asking good business value questions, if you will, and then framing really good data questions. You know, that kind of interaction between domain experts and data experts is always a challenge. And it shows up here, I think, too. And Steve Purvett, you're unmuted. Steve, what do you think?
Well, I do have to unfortunately agree with your decision that trending is on the downhill slide. I kind of find myself looking at jobs which require machine learning and R and SAS, and I've been poking around with that. The interesting thing I find, and even my employer employed a company to make a big, give it all the behavior-based safety data, but give it all the event data, give it all the injury data, it would make predictions. Now, as far as I could tell, and especially because I was helping pull the data to give the folks, they were obviously simply reacting to random noise. I even listened to a lecture about machine learning, and the guy even had a little character come in that said, Dr. No, and Dr. No saying, but what about the null hypothesis? And this guy says, no, in data analytics, we don't care about the null hypothesis. We keep searching till we find a pattern. So
right.
I feel like, and I put in the chat, that these are simply exercises in finding the horsey in the clouds.
Yeah. So again, I will agree with you 98%. I will say that. Okay. A lot of this is what I tell my students is running barefoot through the data, right? You just throw it all in the machine and see what it spits out, and ta-da! Now I have something. Well, no, you don't, right? Really, all you have is whatever the numbers dumped out the bottom. The big issue with machine learning, and like I said, we can sort of try to split hairs, but in terms of safety useful information, I have not seen anything that does that produces any kind of context awareness or anything like that. So So to say, this gives us predictive insight, you put it in and then it's done. No, there is still a tremendous amount of human effort that has to be done on the backside to make sense of all of that stuff that comes out of there. And the machine, as I mentioned, is just as likely to find a bump in the data and say, wow, this is wonderful. This is what you've been looking for. And you look at that and you're like, that's nothing. That's absolutely nothing. So I would agree with you. And the reason I only agree with you 98% instead of 100% is I hold out hope. The researcher in me holds out hope that we are getting to a point where at least at a basic level, we will be able to not have context awareness, but to be able to more accurately trigger a person. Hey, this is something interesting, and this is just some rubbish that I found. Maybe you want to look at this, maybe you don't, but in terms of priority, you probably really want to look at this thing over here.
Yeah, I would agree with that 2%, and I think the machine will get better at that. I mean, they're doing all sorts of social type of searches. You combine that with the numerical, but yes, there's still going to be a lot of separation of wheat from chaff.
Absolutely. And, Sharon is mentioning, that, as I said, we could split hairs. We can explore this, what the difference is between, is it really learning or is it remembering what it's been taught? I agree. My background is in cognitive systems engineering and working with the, human teams mostly. I will say that what the machines are doing doesn't match the way any other type of organism learns or behaves. Human, animal, bacteria, we have funguses that can remember and pass down information in ways that are far superior to our most advanced machine learning models. So whether it's really learning is still, in my mind, very much up for debate. It's nothing like learning, and that's not to say it has to be. It doesn't have to be like human learning. What it has to be, at least for me, it has to be useful, and it's not yet. At least not for safety.
Great conversation. Thanks for your time. I just do want to say that the biggest fear I see is that they are consciously ignoring the concept of random noise, both when I talk to the people that do the work here and learning modules I've seen. But again, hey, I want to pass on to somebody else. An excellent talk.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. And Elliot, I would love to bring you into this conversation. If you want to unmute yourself, just picking up on your last post in the chat box, maybe you want to just join live and elaborate a little bit. I'd love to hear more about that one.
Yeah, sure. If you can excuse the birds chirping in the background, I'm on
all good, Elliot.
No, great presentation. It really got me thinking about the utility of some of these machine learning tools and the types of challenges or problems that organizations are trying to solve with them. I use, kind of as a simple example, just sentiment analysis, where if you look at social media posts, can you use text analytics or maybe machine learning to gauge positive, negative sentiment? We're doing some early work with Microsoft to analyze procedures and documentation to identify in an automated fashion, really doing the heavy lifting and manual labor that operators or supervisors or technical personnel would do to identify error traps in procedures and which procedures have a high or low cognitive load on the user, which is a driver towards the usability of the procedure. So, our view, we're kind of taking a look at it as ways to free up people's time, automate tasks, automate decision-making. So beyond kind of the data analysis or the numbers, I think there's applications for it in other areas. As you mentioned, it's a very interdisciplinary approach where you need the data scientists, the human factors people, the psychologists, the engineers to kind of come together and understand what those really where you're going to get, I think, the most benefit out of using those, where maybe there's some low-hanging fruit and you can deliver on some solutions and prove to your leadership that, hey, yeah, maybe we should dedicate some resources to this because it really can unlock value in the organization.
Yeah, I see. Tanya has been discussing, about voting predictions and things like that, and whether or not there's bias. Again, I would argue this really comes back to what I said early on, which is that there's quite a bit of research on this, and I would say that over the past year, the research on algorithmic bias and these kinds of things, there have actually been some great books written on it, some really wonderful research papers. Again, they all come back to because these machines don't really have the ability to develop mental models of their own, they inherit those, for lack of a better term, from their designers. And if their designers feed it particular kinds of data, then that's what the machine is going to learn. There was a famous research paper, at least in the academic community, and I can find it and share it across if you guys are interested. It actually did happen at Microsoft, and they let one of their artificial intelligence programs loose in chat rooms and on Twitter. And one of the engineers who was quoted in the paper said, "We didn't know that when we woke up in the morning, our computer will have learned to be misogynistic and racist." And because of the particular corners it was hanging out on Twitter, it took way off, and it just amplified, and it got more and more and more and more of that content. And they woke up to this computer in the morning that everyone was like, we have to pull the button on this thing now before it's terrible. So there is that, and I will say that with the caveat, because I said that they inherit the mental models of their designers. That isn't to say that the people who designed that held those opinions. What it is to say is that, as I mentioned, because the machine is such a black box, because the math is so dense and so complicated, that they were unable to predict, even knowing what it was going to be fed, they were unable to predict what it would come out with at the other end, right? They were unable to predict that. And as a result, that has some real implications for what it means to let artificial intelligence make decisions on human behalf.
Just pausing here to see if we have any other comments or questions. Let's see if anybody else wants to jump in.
Yep, all models are wrong, some are useful, absolutely. Yeah. One of the pioneers of resilience engineering, a guy named Dave Woods, who actually was the dissertation advisor of Sidney Dekker. If you guys have read his stuff, Dave Woods says, all mental models are necessary and necessarily incomplete. So in that same line, I think. Yeah, absolutely. I can find the paper. I think it was a white paper from Microsoft. I can find that and share it out through HPRCT.
Awesome. Any other questions or comments from anybody? Pause there for a second. It looks like we don't have any more questions or comments. So Ruth, Asher, thank you both very, very much. And yeah, if you have that paper or anything else you want to share, please send it my way and we'll make sure people get it. Or if you still have the link and you're still in the session, you can feel free to share anything in the chat box.
I can put some PDFs together and send them over to you, Dean, and you can share them out.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you both so much. And as a Wolverine instructor, I bow to the wisdom to my neighbors to the south.
Well, it's nice to finally hear that. It's nice to finally hear that.
Oh, so great. Thank you both very much for your time and your insight. So awesome. And I am going to just share out the my slides for a second. And this will bring us to, hold on 1 minute. is going to bring us to our lunch break, which is about, we're a little bit ahead of time. So what I'd like to do is, ordinarily we would say we're going to take a break from 12 to 12:30 Central Time, but since we're 30 minutes ahead, which is perfect. You know, Jake and Tanya and everybody, maybe everybody just chat into the chat box. You want to take we'll break until 12 p.m. Central Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, and then reconvene. So if there's any objection to that, please chat it in the chat box. And Jake, here to serve. So, okay, everybody. So what we'll do is we will take 33 minutes right now. No need to leave the session. Just simply put yourself on mute. Close down your video. We will come back here in 33 minutes and we'll jump back into this afternoon session. So again, Asher, Ruth, thank you very much. Great morning, everybody. And we will see you in 33 minutes. And I'll make a new slide with new timing. So see you soon, 33 minutes from now. Okay, we are back. Looks like we have nearly everybody back from that brief, refreshing lunch break. So thank you very, very much, everybody, for that bit of adjustment in time. Charles, I know you had some technical difficulties as we were closing Asher's section. So anything you want to wrap up or share as you think back about that conversation?
Well, I don't want to take time from Jake because I know it's going to be fantastic. I'll go ahead and add that either tomorrow's in the morning kind of talk or when we close out. But he's absolutely right. Anything we're currently holding too tight to is not going to serve us well 5 or 6 years from now. So of all the disciplines that we bring together, the powers that we grow those, combine them with other things, and be willing to ask ourselves, well, what is next?
Awesome, thank you. And with that, thrilled to introduce Jake Mazulewicz. Jake is here to talk about why we can't proceduralize everything and give us a lot of really interesting insights. And Jake, without further ado, I'm going to just turn the floor over to you. I'll stop sharing. You have the sharing rights and it's all yours.
Great, sounds good. So now I've got responsibility. Dean, I've worked really hard over my life to avoid responsibility, and look what you're doing. You're giving it to me now. Stand by. And there it goes. And I got to reconfigure my windows just a minute. So give me just a minute, folks, to do that, because it messes up my windows every time I do that. Can everybody see my screen? I know it's not full screen, and there's a reason for that. If you've been in any of my previous presentations, you know what's coming.
We can see it, Jake.
And if not, you're in for a nice little surprise. Okay, I've got that generally where I want it. Zoom tends to want to do its own thing. Okay, very good. Welcome, everybody. So this is, why we can't proceduralize everything and 3 practical alternatives. Let's dive into it. Our first stop is a story in the NICU, the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit of a hospital. And this is a story that actually really happened several years ago. The characters in our story are as follows. Number 1, Melissa, who was a premature baby in NICU, born a few weeks premature, but is otherwise doing fine. The nurse who is taking care of her is Linda, and that's the nurse in charge taking care of Melissa and several other preemies in the NICU. And the third person in our story, character in our story, is Darlene. Darlene is the supervisor, sometimes called the charge nurse. She's not doing patient care, as Linda is. Darlene's the senior. She's been around 20-something years, seen everything, does scheduling, budgeting, hiring, negotiating, all that kind of stuff, conflict resolution, and trained Linda, mentored Linda, precepted, they call it in the medical world, at least for paramedics. So Darlene knows that Linda's doing a good job and that Melissa is in good care in Linda's hands. Darlene is actually walking around the ward or around the floor, and it's about 1 o'clock in the morning. All the kids are asleep. Everything's quiet. Lights are off, as you might imagine. Most of the kids in the unit spend most of their time sleeping even during the daytime. most of them just need a few extra weeks to kind of grow. A few of them have serious problems. And Darlene walks past Melissa's isolette, the little crib they keep the kids in. And Darlene thinks to herself, huh, you know, Linda's doing everything right. She's following all the procedures properly, but something's not right with Melissa. Can't quite put her finger on exactly what it is. She notices a couple of different things. One thing is on the heel, on Melissa's heel, there's the Band-Aid, and there's a little drop of blood right in the middle of the Band-Aid. That in itself is not unusual, right? That's where they draw the blood, and so sometimes there's a little spot of blood under the Band-Aid, nothing big to worry about. There's a little bit of modeling color on the tummy of Melissa. Again, not that unusual as the GI systems are all developing. But she says, my gut just says something's a little bit wrong. So she goes over to the nurse who she's trained and worked with many times and says, Linda, has Melissa been lethargic, you know, unusually sleepy or tired lately? And Linda says, you know, now that you mention it, yeah, a little bit, but within the limits, again, following the procedure, nothing really bad, but yeah, a little bit more lethargic than usual. And Darlene says, okay, something's wrong. Call up Dr. Bao and ask her to okay a sepsis test right now. Sepsis, if you don't know, is an infection in the bloodstream. So it can affect every part of your body. And the very old people and infirm or very young people with kind of still developing immune systems are really at risk for this. So you really want to avoid sepsis. It's one of the biggest killers in a NICU. And it creeps up on you. So it goes exponential, as we say. And once it goes exponential, it's very hard to catch. But if you catch it before then, you have a good chance. And it turned out well because Dr. Bao okayed the sepsis test. They did the test came back positive. Melissa was in the early stages of sepsis, but they were able to get antibiotics to her and fix it before anything bad happened and quite probably save your life. If you want to read more about cases like this, where procedures were followed, but they didn't save the day, read Gary Klein, his book, The Power of Intuition, or the original title was called Intuition at Work, about non-conscious decision-making, or NDM sometimes. There's a whole conference on it, naturalistic decision-making. So what is a procedure? If we're going to be talking about procedures, let's put a tag on it. Merriam-Webster says it's a particular way of acting or accomplishing something, or of acting. I think that's a little vague. I like number 2, which is a series of steps followed in a regular, definite order. I started off at the electric utility I worked at, Dominion, for about 10 years. I started off as an instructional designer. And let me tell you what, the line between doing instructional design and actually writing policy, you know, with the assistance of all the subject matter experts, a very thin line. Often we didn't have any kind of a written policy until we started to make it into training, and that became this. So I wound up writing a lot of procedures. And I'm curious to hear what your experience or what your culture is for procedures in your company. If you haven't done this before, here's how it works. Pretend you're at a restaurant in the COVID world and you see the QR code. Go ahead and scan it just like you would scan the happy hour menu, except mine's not going to be that interesting. And that will come up right on your phone. Go ahead and take the poll on your phone. It's a Google poll. They're all anonymous, of course. But if you prefer, go ahead and just click the link in the chat thread, and it should come up with the poll. Could somebody give me a quick thumbs up or in the chat thread and just say the link works and the QR code works, if in fact they work? Excellent. All right, so let's take a look at some of the results as they come in live. And we have, looks like 53 people, always a few lurkers or people with technical problems. So we're looking for about maybe 40 or 45 responses. And this is the first one of these we're doing, so I'll give you a little bit of extra time because you may be unfamiliar with it. Totally fine. Yes, and this is the longer one of the surveys. Most of the surveys or the polls are just one question. Let's take just a minute there. Cool. Thank you, Marion, Sharon, and Kimball. Hello. Hello, hello. And if you like a competition, you can kind of watch the horse race. Right now, the bookies are going, I don't know, no odds on either one, 50-50, straight up for either one. Let's see where it goes from here. And I believe you all do have a link. Once you finish sending in your responses for the survey, there should be 2 links on the thank you page. One says send in another response, and the other one should say view the results. So you all will be able to view the results even when I switch away from this slide, or when I switch away from that screen. All right, so let's take
time aspect, Jake.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's kind of neat. And we're still getting a few people coming in. We still 18 responses, not that many, and it may be blocked for a few people, but usually we get a few more. If you haven't taken it, go ahead and give it another try on the QR code. If your company computer is giving you a trouble with it, just pull out your phone. If you haven't done this before for any reason, although this is the way most menus are getting done right now, if you have an iPhone, which is great, just pull up your camera. You do not need to press the shutter. Just aim and point at the QR code, and it will pull this up. It'll pull up with a link just like that. Click the link, and you ought to get auto-magically the survey coming up right there, and that's how it works. All right, let's see the results. We got 24 responses. Okay, the procedures that I use at work are generally accurate, up-to-date, and helpful. Man, right on the bar, 50-50. Never seen that before. Right on the edge, 50-50. Number 2, I or other end users like me have substantial input on creating the work procedures that we're expected to use. A slight edge there, 56% of people say yes, 44 say no. Number 3, the amount of procedures, sorry, the screen keeps jumping. Every time we get a new response, it jumps. Number 3, the amount of procedures that my boss expects me to use is reasonable. 2/3 say yes, 1/3 say no. 3, the amount, sorry. Number 4, my company respects the use of rules of thumb or guidelines or principles and tacit skill. When appropriate, they understand the procedures are not the only solution. Looks like 64% of people are saying yes, 36% say no. Still a lot of room for improvement there. Number 5, my organization could benefit from using fewer procedures and more rules of thumb, guidelines, principles, and tacit skill when appropriate. Overwhelming 2/3, solid, not overwhelming, 2/3 say yes and 1/3 say no. So you all are in the right place, because I agree with you on that. I used to write procedures for a living, and what I realized was, number 1, nobody read them and used them as consistently and as often as diligently as we wanted them to. Never. And more compliance, more rules, more threats just didn't work. So I wound up asking more and more questions, and the honest people who gave me the best answers, the guys and the women who turned the valves and did the electrical work, linemen, switch operators, system operators, what they basically said was, we do use some procedures at some times, and they're absolutely critical for some things, but not for everything. And so I asked more and more questions. And what I realized is their experience dovetailed with my experience in what I would call high reliability organizations. When I was young and immortal, I was a firefighter. I was an emergency medical technician, took care of people in the backs of ambulances. I was a military paratrooper. I did wilderness search and rescue, going out in the middle of the woods in the middle of the night looking for lost people, stuff like that. And in all of those cases, you better believe we had procedures. We used to say, when you're putting on a parachute to go jump, we used to say, if it's 99% right, it's wrong. How many of you all get that? How many of you all understand what that means? Got it? Okay, thank you, right? Even if you've not jumped before, you've done other things where if it's 99% right, it's wrong, right? But not everything works that way. In fact, most things don't work that way. So I realized that my background and what I was hearing from the technical experts that I was working with was, it's not that procedures are wrong, it's just that they're overused. So I started to really look into it. And I've been doing that for the last decade or so. Here's what we're up against. Before I start giving you solutions or ideas or, pie in the sky ideas about here's what we can do, let's figure out what we're up against so we don't, do the intellectual equivalent of bringing a knife to a gunfight. The common belief is that the best way to improve safety and reliability is to create detailed work procedures and enforce strict compliance, right? I'm assuming that most people would say, whether or not you personally agree with that, I'm assuming that most people would say, yeah, that's a pretty common belief. And if you do, go ahead and say that in the chat thread. If that's a prevailing idea at your company, just type that into the chat thread. Yes, or I get that, or even if it's at a previous company. I don't want to put you on the spot for your current company. Right? Yes, a lot of people, several so far, big yes, all caps, or either that or Dan's got the caps lock on, I can't tell, especially for nuclear, and that's very understandable. Right? So where did this belief come from? The best intellectual anchor we've got for this is probably F.W. Taylor, Frederick W. Taylor, Frederick or Fred to his friends. I'm not sure if he had any, that's a different story. He wrote Scientific Management way back in 1911. And in that he said, quote, "It is only through enforced standardization of methods, enforced adoption of the best implements and working conditions, and enforced cooperation that this faster work can be assured." Now, when I read that, inspiration and high engagement are not the terms that come to mind for me. I hear enforce, enforce, enforce. And just in case you may be thinking, well, Jake, yeah, but I mean, that was written a long time ago. I mean, we're more than 100 years past this. I'd agree with you, but a lot of people wouldn't. The Academy of Management, which is apparently fairly influential, took a vote and voted this the most influential management book of the 20th century, and they did that a few years ago in 2001. Think of Tom Peters, think of Peter Senge, think of Peter Drucker, all of the management luminaries who have come out in the Stephen Covey in the past 100 years or so, especially in the last 30 or 40 years, and they went, no, that's not that good. This is the guy that we're looking to, and he's the king. That says to me, this philosophy is still alive and well in many, many places today, over 100 years later. Now, if it were just him, we might have gotten over him, but we got a boost, a big one, back in about 2001. How many of you all remember the Toyota way, kind of the birth of the quality movement? Deming and saying, you know what, we've got a lot of defects in cars. How do we make it better? He tried to do it in America and they went, no, we don't want to change. So we went to Japan and they went, sure, we'll give it a try. And now, how many people still buy Toyotas and Hondas? Because the quality is outstanding, because they basically embraced his methods, right? And Deming said, if you can't describe what you're doing as a process, or I would say a procedure, related, not the same thing. If you can't describe what you're doing as a process, then you don't know what you're doing. That's a pretty binary statement. It's a pretty harsh statement. So if you can't write it down, forget it. If you do therapy, counseling, management, if you're a CEO and you can't write down what you're doing as a process, then I guess you don't know what you're doing. Somehow those rules didn't seem to apply to them that much, but they did seem to apply to a lot of other people. And they do apply. And this philosophy does work in some places, for example, like car factories. If you don't know how you're putting the bolt in the door in that world, in that context, you probably don't know what you're doing. But is this generalizable outside of that? That's the problem. So why doesn't this philosophy work? I mean, why can't we just proceduralize everything? Well, let's go back again to, I believe it's Deming, Drucker, sorry, the other luminary, Drucker. When Taylor started propounding his principles, about 9 out of every 10 people did manual work, making things, moving things in manufacturing, farming, mining, or transportation. Pretty repetitive work. But by 2010, that's going to flip, right? 90% of people are going to be doing complex adaptive things, not repetitive static things that are very easy to proceduralize. From now on, what matters is the productivity of non-manual workers, the decision-making, the communication, the integration, the systems. right? Not just the efficiency of making widgets. It used to be that work looked like the photo on the left, and that's what work used to look like, but that was a long time ago. Now, more and more, work looks much more like the stuff on the right. Yeah. Checking the comments really quickly here.
Yeah, there's
fair enough.
Interesting ones in there, Jake.
Yeah. No, it's a good one. No, fair enough. And Stephen's kind of fighting back on the idea of replacing process with procedure. Fair enough. And I just have heard about the red bead experiment. That, Stephen, how about this? We do have the time on this. What would Deming say the difference is, if you can do it in 60 seconds or less or so? What's the difference between a process and a procedure? Why wouldn't he accept replacement of the two?
Well, process implies a way of doing things, not necessarily determined by a procedure. In fact, again, the red bead experiment, which I've done for this group, shows the fallacy of a hard and fast procedure just killing innovation. So really, you need to look even beyond Deming's 14 points to what he finally fell upon, which is the system of profound knowledge, which is the combination of systems, psychology, theory of knowledge, and variation. So procedure is way too confining. He wants to take process in terms of system, I would suggest.
Okay, fair enough. Good, fair point. I'm going to see Malcolm Hall. Deming's stance holds true based on the type of HR, a military nuke airline, or for novices. Yep. So another piece in the puzzle from Wyke and Sutcliffe: you can't write procedures to anticipate all the situations and conditions that shape people's work. It gives people the illusion that they have things under control, and it blinds them to the very real possibility they may have gotten things wrong. I do like that idea that it gives us the illusion that we're doing something right, and that if all we do is follow the procedure, if all we do is comply, then we've done the job. But that leaves out the small little notion of the result. What result did you get? Which is a big deal. So let's dive a little bit deeper into this idea. So this is where I depart a little bit. And this is where kind of some of the original stuff comes in. We're all pretty familiar with systems thinking and getting away from person-based thinking and into systems-based thinking. I've heard it echoed many times today, which is great. I echo that as well. But now let's take one more wrinkle into the systems thinking world. Let's assume that there are at least two kinds of systems. We could call them mechanistic and adaptive. A mechanistic system is, like a machine, as the name suggests, right? It makes sense. Mechanistic systems, and again, a good example of that might be the nuclear power plant, right? Somebody once told me that I was working with, he said, Jake, there's no such thing as a good surprise in a nuclear power plant, right? Only bad ones, right? So you want nuclear power to be boring as possible, repetitive, predictable, controllable, like a machine and all that, for a lot of different reasons. So we make it a closed system, a controllable system. If you're replacing a pump or a valve in a nuclear power plant, and the documentation you've got, or the plan, or the work order you've got, or the photo or whatever, the new pump doesn't match the old one that's in there, you don't just do your best. You don't just wing it. You go, wait, stop. And if worst comes to worst, you push that big red button on the wall that says, cool everything down. It's trip the reactor. I like to still say scram because it's a cool idea, right? Scram the reactor, stop it, and that's a controlled system. Great. Now let's get the right valve, the right pump, get it right before we do anything. And then we'll start it back up. That's a closed system. Okay, we want that for some things. In a mechanistic system, mechanistic systems are generally what I would call deterministic. If you want to go full physics on this, think Newtonian. Find the right formula, make the right change. One cause gives you one effect. I throw this switch in the substation and that light goes off and nothing else happens. One cause, one effect, right? Makes it very easy to try things out and to control things. And we want that in our mechanisms. Because of all this, because of the first three items, mechanistic systems have a very particular view of errors. It's a very classic, traditional view of errors. They tend to think of errors as very similar to defects. If you're working, for example, on an assembly line and making cars, and one of the cars comes out with the wrong kind of paint on the hood, that's a defect. You can't sell that car. Now you got to go back and scrap it and start all over and all of that. That's a defect. What was that defect caused by? Well, by an error. We want zero defects. Therefore, in mechanistic systems, if we want zero defects, we want zero errors, right? That kind of makes sense. And because of that, we want zero errors in mechanistic systems. We tend to build robust systems. Robust meaning armored, encased, resistant to change. Once you write, 10,000 lines of code, you put a firewall around it so nothing can change one character of that code, nothing. When you build a tank, you surround it in armor, right? So M1 Abrams tank has got 60 tons of armor around it. It's got a jet engine. It's reportedly sounds like the Batmobile when you start it up because it needs so much power to move all of that because they don't want anything to be able to change the course of where that tank goes. But that's for mechanistic systems. And it works great for some things. But more and more in the 21st century, we are dealing with complex adaptive systems, globally integrated systems, and systems that change kind of on a moment's notice. Mechanistic systems we still need, we will always need to some degree, but I think the need that we have for them is becoming a smaller and smaller percentage of all the jobs and all the projects that happen in the world. More and more what we're seeing are adaptive systems. All right, so what are adaptive systems like? Adaptive systems, well, they're pretty different. They're not like a machine, they're a lot more like a living organism. Right? Your body is a fantastic adaptive machine, right? But it's not very robust, right? You're very open to infection, to radiation. I mean, we only can tolerate a very narrow temperature range. We got hypothermia or heat stroke. I was an EMT and a soldier, and it takes less than, I think, 3 pounds per square inch of pressure to break skin. 3 pounds per square inch. That's almost nothing. So our body is not robust, but our body is very resilient. We have an immune system that fights off 90% of infections without you even having to know about it, right? Our skin blocks, basically forms clots, keeps infections out, scabs and everything, and heals up 90% of the time without us even having to do anything. We're very resilient, right? Adaptive systems are not closed and controllable, they're open and dynamic. Good example of a adaptive system. If you've ever gotten a job or taken a position as a manager or leader, supervisor, even foreman, even for a team or director or anything higher, chances are you did not get to build that team from scratch. You walked in and you met an existing team with existing baggage and relationships and values and dynamics and problems and questions. That's an open system. You didn't get to press a big red button on the wall and say, stop, we're going to start over. And the people that try to do that, the people that say, and I've actually heard this before, forget everything you think you know about X, we're going to start from scratch. Is that possible to do? No. That's an open and dynamic system. Adaptive systems aren't deterministic, and if you want to go geek out on physics here, and this is because I get to work with scientists sometimes, I get to show my ignorance, it's not Newtonian, it's a lot more like quantum physics. There is a method to the madness of quantum physics, but even Einstein, who was much more Newtonian and kind of in his thinking, you remember the quote, God does not play dice with the universe? That was Einstein saying, quantum physics freaks me out, man. I don't like that idea. I don't like that probabilistic stuff. That's why he said that. But adaptive systems, and some people might argue quantum physics is an adaptive system. It's all of our reality. It's probabilistic. It doesn't mean it's chaos, but it means that causes and effects are loosely related. Good example, if you want to get a promotion, and you want to get a raise. Let's say you want to go talk to your boss about a raise and you're like, okay, we're getting some more money in. It's getting that time of year. I'm going to go talk to my boss about the raise. And your significant other says, go for it. If you take a class on negotiation, are you guaranteed to get more of a raise? No, not at all. But if you take 4 or 5 classes on negotiation, TED Talk or a Coursera thing or a LinkedIn course or read a couple of books like from the FBI Negotiator, neat book, is that going to make you more likely to get a raise? Yes. That's probabilistic. It's not deterministic. And that's how a lot of systems work. And because of all this, adaptive systems have a very, very different view of error than mechanistic systems do. Adaptive systems look at errors not as defects to eliminate, not as things to criminalize or demonize, but as signals to adapt. Hey, this is a signal. We need to do a course correction this way or that way. Now, of course, nobody wants an error to cause loss of life or limb, obviously. We don't want to blow up $1 million machine or, expose information on the net or getting a hacking attempt, obviously. But the trick is going to be to minimize the consequences of errors, not the errors themselves, and to maximize the learning from errors. And because of all that, when we are building our adaptive systems in our workplaces and in our homes too, we don't try to make them robust. There's another word, it's another R word, you've already heard it sometimes today, which is key to adaptive systems. Somebody type it in because you're already thinking about it and you know what it is. We tried to build adaptive systems not to be robust, but to be what? What's the other word? Yeah, resilient, exactly right. We try to make adaptive systems be resilient, like a good ecosystem or a healthy ecosystem, which can recover from a lot of different things, but not everything generally, depending on what we're doing to it today. We want it to be able to recover, but we need it to be, we need to help it out a little bit more. Our bodies and our systems, good machines can be designed to be adaptive, can be designed to be resilient. So that's the difference between mechanistic and adaptive systems. That's how I think of it. Now, you might look at this and go, well, it's binary, and one is in red that sounds like bad, and one is adaptive and blue and it's good. It's not that simple. In fact, saying you're in a mechanistic system or you're an adaptive system, that mental model itself is very mechanistic. It's binary. It's one or the other. A much better way of thinking about it is an adaptive way of thinking, which to me is a scale, a continuum, a spectrum. Usually from something like 1 to 10. I find it really interesting to have conversations where instead of giving two binary choices or an endless amount of shades of gray, you say on a scale of 1 to 10, where's this, where's that? That makes it easy to compare, but it allows for all sorts of differences in there. So on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you think are some really mechanistic jobs? Go ahead and type into the chat thread. Type into the chat thread, what do you think are some very mechanistic jobs? Things that would be like 1 or 2 down on the end of that scale. What would you say? I'd rather live this scale. Oh, interesting. Undergraduate was civil engineering. My graduate was operations research. Oh, that's neat. That's a front porch conversation, Stephen. We got to have a glass of beer conversation on that at some point. That'd be fun. Home cooking recipe following. Okay. All right. Fair. Assembly line worker. Yep. Brian says clinical lab. I work a lot with some of the government labs. You bet. Some of what they do. Food processing, says Jessica. Yeah. All right. So you got some good ideas there. Chemical mixing. Depends on what chemicals, but I'd say, but yes. And you may be far more of an expert on that, Susan, than I am. Here's a few that I put down, and you can argue with me because that's fun. I like smart people who argue with me. I'd say a factory is probably number 1 on the mechanistic side. If you're making widgets all day long, right, it's probably a pretty miserable job because it's all about efficiency, consistency, compliance. That's it. Putting a Barbie house together on Christmas Eve, we have been there together, my friend, separately but together. Yes. Going up on the scale a little bit more might be routine lab work, like Susan, maybe mixing a reagent that you've made 1,000 times. It's a chemical recipe. You do it exactly the same time for consistency, and that's it, right? IKEA furniture, that's a problem right there. As we go up on the adaptability scale a little bit more, we might get something like routine healthcare. It's a yearly physical. They, check your vitals, they draw blood, they check the same markers in your blood. They do the same, kind of listen to your chest, things like that. Every now and again, something changes, but not too much. And then every now and again, the doctor might say, hey, you got kind of a mole on your cheek there that wasn't there the last time. Maybe there was something in the procedure that said that, or maybe they noticed something else that wasn't because they're a good doctor. So it's a little bit adaptive, but pretty mechanistic. Now, as we're getting up, what would you say are some higher end adaptive jobs as we're going up there? I'm going to put up the question in the chat thread. Some higher and more adaptive jobs. I'm saying once we get up in the 5 or 6 range, again, I work with a lot with scientists and technicians at labs, research labs, doing an experiment. Are there rules you have to follow, procedures and laws and things like that? Of course. But if you set up a research experiment and you wind up getting 6 months of data that really don't fit your research question, you can either trash it and say, well, we didn't do it, or you can sometimes change your research question based on the new data that you've got. Now you're looking for something else. Scientists do this all the time, right? It's how they keep their grant funding and discover new stuff. It's also why they can't do what many safety people want them to do, which is, well, write out the procedure you're going to follow for this experiment before you do it. The scientists I talk to say, I can't do that. Right? As we go up even further on the scale, executive coaching, CEO, education, art creation, non-routine healthcare, firefighter, great mentor, consultant. Yeah, you're getting some good ones up there. As we get up here, like into number 7 or so, we're looking at troubleshooting. This is of particular interest because I work a lot with troubleshooters, engineers, technical experts, and many of them do troubleshooting, electrical, mechanical, code-wise. If you debug code, that's troubleshooting, right? It's just not mechanical. So here's a question for you, and I'll just drop it in the chat thread. For the troubleshooters out there, what's the second error there? What's the first step in your troubleshooting procedure? So go ahead and type it in there. Give me a real answer. What's the first step in your troubleshooting procedure? Right, Bob, expert, good friend of mine, right, that has been doing root cause analyses for 30-something years, an expert if there ever was one. Evidence collection, right? Hate to say it when the chief said he was troubleshooting a problem with a torpedo. Those are probably not 2 words you want to put together. Is it plugged in? Assess the problem. Great. Read the procedure, right? Define the problem, Jason says. Some people would say maybe the symptoms, or define the symptom, find out what the symptom is. When I was in EMT, right, when you're troubleshooting, right, which is a lot of what emergency medicine is, start with the chief complaint. Why did you call me today? Not the whole history. Why'd you call me today? So what's the now here's a question for you. Gather data, identify scope. So now here's another question. What is the honest thing that goes through your mind? When I ask you this question, what is the honest truth that goes through your mind that you usually would not say to somebody like your boss, but you can say to me and you can say to us? What goes through your mind? I've gotten some really, really interesting, colorful answers. It's a 7-step in your troubleshooting procedure. Who did it, right? Never get that far. Okay, right? Now what? All right. And Jason's going, forget it. Sharon, what is it? Call someone who cares. That's getting to the level of snark, which I'm used to hearing. Because many of the engineers and technical experts have a very low tolerance for BS. And they're not as polite as you all. When a production be back up, go back to step 1. Okay. Are you kidding me? Terry, I love that answer. Are you kidding me? Many would say, but the probably the most accurate answer to the question, what's the 7th step in your troubleshooting procedure, is this phrase. And if you work in adaptive systems, which most of you all do, you've heard this phrase, you've said this phrase, you've used this phrase, maybe you've even gotten the tattoo, because it's a phrase that means a lot to us, but it's a phrase that drives mechanistic people absolutely nuts. And the phrase is, Yes, it depends. What's the seventh step in your troubleshooting procedure? It depends. Depends on what? Well, on the results I get from step 6. And that depends on the results I get from step 5. We understand that kind of in this world, but when you talk to mechanistic people, they don't like that. They want to know all the steps ahead of time, and it just doesn't work that way. Sharing, yeah, that's my phrase, right? So that's troubleshooting. That's why troubleshooting is, now we're getting into the really high-end adaptive stuff. So once we get even more into the adaptive side, a couple examples that come to mind are disaster response, right? I've done disaster response, EMT, wilderness search and rescue, firefighter. It's chaos, right? And you need to bring order to chaos. There's no script for that. It's different every time, which is why weird people like me like getting into those situations, because it's fun, it's neat, and you really make a difference. And it's different every time. And probably on the highest end is what I would say is combat or warfighting. I served in the military, but I was never in combat. It's a very different world, and I respect that, and everybody who went through it. From all the close friends and colleagues that I have who have gone through that, many of them have said, you know, when you're in a firefight, you have to adapt on a minute by minute, often a second by second basis to make it through and come home and get your job done, right? So that's kind of the range that I have in mind. When I'm talking about mechanistic and adaptive systems, I imagine all of those and the range that I just gave to you right there. I'm curious, number one, because I've been going for a little bit there, is this useful? Just is this concept and continuum between mechanistic and adaptive, is it useful to you? Let me know. And if it's not, that's good. I'm not going to change what I do, but I'd like to know. Okay, so some things useful. Sports, another example. Yeah, I'd agree with that too. Okay, cool. So what does this mean? I try to make my watchword practical, right? So yeah, it's interesting, it's neat, but if all we do is give you a neat model, that doesn't do it for me. I got to give you something that you can actually use. So here's where we get into that. What does that mean? Well, first of all, a poll. You know what to do with this? So I'm going to drop it right in there. And Dean, quick logistical check-in. I believe that my hard stop is at 2:30 p.m. my time Eastern. That's going to be 1:30 p.m. your time Central. Is that correct?
Roger that, Jake.
Thank you. Okay, so let's take a look, scan, and if somebody can let me know if the link worked and if the QR code worked, that would be just dandy.
Both work.
Okay, and this is a cool chart. This is a neat chart. I will tell you, I have some of my past clients have been mechanical engineers, actually maintenance and reliability engineers. These are the guys and women who take care of the factories that make the cars and the iPhones and the widgets and everything else. Talk about mechanistic people. I thought and assumed that they were going to have a bell curve that skewed way heavy on the 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Guess what? Their curve, and I don't have it right here, but I'm going to be writing more articles about this coming up. Their curve looked about like yours did. These guys and women who worked in the hardcore mechanistic factories, even their jobs were mostly adaptive. I gave this presentation to a group of engineers and a Department of Energy nuclear control room and nuclear reactor operators. Some of you all may be licensed to do that, and I am not. And you would think that's very mechanistic as well. And they said the same thing. So even in highly mechanistic, controlled, deterministic environments, most of the jobs, at least for the clients that I work with and give my workshops to, see that basically our world has become irretrievably adaptive. Just like what you're saying. We're highest on the 8 and 9. We got 1 down at the 4. I feel bad for the 4. They're probably kind of lonely down there, but that's it. Okay, so 27 responses. And we got 60 people. Gosh, I would love to see some more responses. I want to go back and see if anybody else just did the first. Am I doing something wrong here? We got 31 responses. Are people, there's a big delta between 31 and 60. If I could ask some of the people who did not take the survey, are you having technical problems or are you just lurking? And if you're just lurking, that's okay. I'm an introvert by nature. I'm a professional extrovert like today, but I understand, but it sure would be nice to get a few more responses. More data is better. So technical problems. Lindsay, thank you for letting me know. Very good. Operations at work. Okay, respect that. Thank you. All right, so what does this mean? What can we do with this to make our lives better, safer, more reliable, more engaging? To me, there's 4 different options, and it's not a choice of 4 different things. It's almost a blend of 4 different ingredients. Let's take the one that's in the name of the presentation first, procedures. You could basically call these 4 different work guidance modes. Or work guidance tools, exactly, not a mode, because you can only be one mode at a time, but work guidance tools, you can use more than one at a time. Very mechanistic places tend to use a lot of explicit procedures, right? Kind of makes sense. And an explicit procedure tells you how to do a certain task, usually step by step, right? Step 1, turn the power off. Okay, that's an explicit procedure. Got it. Chat was helpful, very good. Just doing a quick scan here. Oh, Stephen, no, I haven't heard about that. I read Mike Abrashoff, It's Your Ship, but I haven't done that one yet. Send me a link if you think about it, if you don't mind. And so a couple examples of explicit procedures, and we need explicit procedures, are, for example, doing a switching order in an electric utility substation. Charles Major, you would know a lot about this, right? We've talked together many times. You want a very explicit switching order, right? And that's fine, should have it that way. When you're in a lab and you're working especially with some toxic or noxious chemicals, I talked to a guy who worked for DuPont 27 years, made 700 different weird chemicals like anhydrous ammonia, horrible, nasty stuff, right? You want to actually have a good procedure for doing that. Plutonium, radioactive stuff, you want a procedure for it. When you're working, for example, on engines of an aircraft, right? My family's down in Florida right now. You better believe I want the guys and the women working on the engines, doing the procedures very correctly and working right out of the manual. But I will tell you that I have spoken in person, off the record, with the head of technical operations, which is the mechanics for a major airline, the one, it doesn't matter which one it is. But even he has said off the record that the manufacturers make these manuals like this thick, and they have the manuals open when they're working on the engines, as they should. But even with all that, the manuals don't cover everything. And there's stuff that the mechanics do that is in my other 3 categories. Even in aircraft engine maintenance, with everything focused on making the procedures explicit, they can't nail it. They can't nail it. So what's the next level? If we get a little bit more adaptive, what do? Well, we get away from explicit procedures, but we don't just kind of wing it, right? We don't go from Rasmussen's skill-based or rule-based to knowledge-based. Those categories relate to this. I got too much on the slide, I didn't put it on. But basically what I see is we go to heuristics or rules of thumb. Heuristics or rules of thumb tell you what to do, but they don't tell you how to do it. So they're a lot more versatile, they're a lot more flexible, they're a lot more compact and easy to transmit or transfer or share. It's not 80 pages or whatever, it's usually a few statements, but it requires some expert input. So for example, you might see a sticker on a panel that says de-energize before servicing. It doesn't tell you how to de-energize it, it just tells you what to do but not how to do it. That's a good rule of thumb, right? A couple of examples of rules of thumb, real world examples. In the utility that I worked in, we did storm restoration here in Virginia. We get hurricanes on a pretty regular basis in hurricane season. And more often than not, there's a summer would happen where I get called out, as did pretty much everybody at Dominion got called out to help with storm duty. That's right. During storm duty, you're either a lineman or you're helping to support the lineman. And what I helped do was drive around and do the assessment, the recon for the damage. And we drive into a subdivision or a city block or something, we'd see 10 poles down and 5 transformers. And what they used to do was have the bucket trucks roll up and say, well, we got 10 poles down and 5 transformers. It's going to take us 5 days to fix all that. And they just get started fixing it. And then meanwhile, there's 10,000 people out. And you can't turn those people on until everything's fixed, and then you turn it on. That means a 5-day wait to get your power back on. So they went, we just can't fix anything faster than that, even with more people, and be safe. So a few people got together and said, what can we do to reduce storm restoration times to make it faster? And somebody came up with the idea several years ago of switch before fix. Anybody in the electric utility industry, you know what that is? That means same situation, you got 5 or 6 bucket trucks and you're rolling up on 10 poles down and 5 transformers down. Instead of just jumping in to fix things, you look at what's down, you look at the circuit map, and you go, okay, we got 10,000 people out of power. Is there any way that we can switch power to secondary circuits, tertiary circuits, loop schemes, anything else to get some of those people back on? And most often, more often than not, there is. So they wind up figuring out a plan, calling up the switching center and saying, can we do this? If we turn this, and this off and change this and this, we can switch, get half the customers on now within the next hour, 5,000 people back into power like that. Then we spend the next 5 days doing the poles and the transformers when we get the other half on. What did you do? You cut your storm restoration time basically in half with one heuristic: switch before fix. Tells you what to do, but of course it doesn't tell you how to do it, because it's different every single time you do it. It requires a lot of what Lindsay would call alignment, right? But you have to do that with the experts. So that's an example. Another example, in medicine, first part of the Hippocratic Oath. First, do no harm. Before you try to save anything, before you try to, set a broken leg or anything else like that, first, do no harm. Make sure you don't make things worse, right? Great thing to keep in mind. Doesn't tell you how to do that, but it tells you that's an important thing to do, right? Another good example of a heuristic that we use. Here's a pop quiz. Type in your answer to this. If you want to know what an organization's priorities are, and you're not quite sure what the organization's priorities are, if you're doing an investigation or trying to scope out that organization, the 3-word rule is follow the what? Type it into the chat thread. I'm betting you know it, because one thing about heuristics and rules of thumb is they're pretty popular and they apply to a lot of different things. Bingo, look at all that. Everybody, Mary, Charles, Stephen, Jason, Daniel, John, Terry, you know the heuristic and rule of thumb. It doesn't tell you what to do. Excuse me, it tells you what to do, but it doesn't tell you how to do it, right? Another example of a heuristic, and this one in terms of human performance, or the just culture, actually. You can either fix the blame or fix the problem, but you can't do both. And I'm skipping ahead here a little bit. Uh-oh, give me just a second here. Yeah, I had one out there. It was actually an example, but it was an example of a principle, which I wanted to put in a different place. Military has a lot of good heuristics, mostly fall under Murphy's Rules of Combat, which are both funny and actually quite accurate. Things like never share a foxhole with anyone braver than you, which is good to know. In this case, one of my favorite ones was, if you can't get out of it, get into it. If you can't get out of it, get into it. Many times we're faced in our life, civilian, job, work, home, with something you're like, I really don't want to do this. I really don't want to do this. So a good rule of thumb is try to get out of it. But if you can't get out of it, find something about that job or that task that you like, that you want to do, that you'd be proud of, that's going to motivate you to do it, because otherwise it's going to be pretty miserable. And soldiers get a lot of stuff that they don't want to do. So they kind of embody the idea of, if you can't get out of it, get into it. And just to let you know, this isn't just fun quotes, right? Does this apply to serious real world situations? I mean, it does. You've seen some examples. Well, let's pick aviation, probably the gold standard for human reliability in terms of organizations. Check out FAA Rule 91.3. Any pilots in here by any chance? Sometimes I've got actually often I get pilots. Any pilots in here? And if not, no worries. FAA Rule 91.3 basically says, in an emergency, you as the pilot of the aircraft are allowed to break any other FAA rule to maintain the safety of the people in your aircraft and on the ground below you. So it's the FAA, who loves to write rules, that wrote a rule that said you can break all of the other rules. They're essentially writing a heuristic and framing it, or writing a rule and framing it as a heuristic, which is a good thing. And many pilots have said, you better believe I use that rule. System operators have very much the same thing. If you're familiar with system operations, on the inside door of the System Operations Center, at least at Dominion and in several of the other ones that I've seen, is a letter. And it's a letter usually from the vice president of the company, signed by the vice president of the company, that says, system operators, in an emergency where, you know, substations are winking in and out and fluctuations of power going like this, we authorize you to do your best and to use your best judgment to keep the electricity on and as much power to people as possible, but to keep things safe. Do what you need to do and use your best judgment, and we will have your back. And that's a great thing to hear. That's basically saying it's not just comply, comply, comply. It's use your best judgment and know when to use a heuristic and when not to. So if we get even more adaptive, we get into the world of principles. Principles, neat. I'm going to read some more of the comments in a minute. I'm not paying attention to them right now. I hope that's okay. Principles are even a step more adaptive. Principles do not tell you what to do. Principles just tell you how a system works. They tell you how a particular slice of reality works. And it's almost always counterintuitive, because if it were obvious, you wouldn't need a principle to describe it, right? What goes up must come down. Pretty obvious. But when you frame it like Newton did, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. He's not telling you how to build a rocket engine, but he's telling you the principles that govern every single rocket engine and object in motion ever. Objects in motion tend to stay in motion, right? Unless they're affected by gravity, wind, resistance, stuff like that. That's a principle. And good operators, good technicians, good experts, good professionals learn the principles of whatever system that they're in, medicine, healthcare, law, right? Negotiating, and they derive their own heuristics and their own procedures from it. That's what makes them experts. Right? A couple of examples from the real world. Electricity takes the easiest paths, plural, to ground. When I learned that from an electrical engineer, paths, plural, to ground, I thought electricity took the easiest path to ground, very binary. And that meant, well, why even bother putting a grounding up here? You got the protection up here. And he said, it doesn't work that way. Electricity takes all the paths it can to ground, and that's why you got to put up 2, 3, 4, multiple grounds to make sure you give enough of the electricity a path away from you, but you can still get enough of it if you don't protect enough. That changed my whole understanding of electricity with that one principle. Another one, this is, sorry, I misquoted before. This was the one that I had wrong. You can either fix the blame or you can fix the problem, but you can't do both. That's a principle, not a heuristic. Why? Because it tells you how reality works. It doesn't tell you what to do, not per se. We can argue about the semantics or academic definitions of is this exactly a principle or a heuristic or not, and that's a glass of beer conversation. I forgot my example for this one, so I'm looking this one up. Oh, it's a good one from organizational teaching and learning is just the PhD in education will be coming out. People don't argue with their own conclusions. I find that very helpful when I'm doing consulting with clients. People don't argue when I'm kind of getting resistance or why aren't they taking my idea? Dummy, because people don't argue with their own conclusions. And the converse of that principle is even more true. People will argue with pretty much every conclusion other than the ones they come up with. So as a consultant, as a coach, as a mentor, as an advisor, my job, a high reliability advisor, one of my biggest jobs is not just to tell people what to do. It's to let people figure out, it's to help people set people up so that they can figure out the principles as quickly as they can. Because then once they get it, they've got it forever. People don't argue with their own conclusions. And another great one, this is example from the world of HROs. This is kind of my catalyst on thinking for HROs. The hallmark of an HRO, high reliability organization, is not that it's error-free, but that errors don't disable it. That, in a nutshell, ends the argument of all the people who come and say, well, but we have to reduce errors. Well, no, actually, the guys and the women who fly the flight decks on aircraft carriers, they don't necessarily try to get errors down to zero. They try to make it so errors don't disable them. And some people are ready for that shift in philosophy to higher level thinking, my strategy 3 that I teach, and other people are not. But that quote nails it. Doesn't tell them what to do or how to do it, just tells them how reality works. And here's where we get up into the stratosphere, the really cool stuff. Tacit skill. Some people call it tribal knowledge. It's the unwritten stuff. It's the stuff that you can do that you can't say how you do. How many of you know somebody? I'm going to put this in. I'm not going to write the rest of it. How many of you all know somebody who can do a technical job reliably, safely, consistently, not perfectly, right? They make mistakes, but somebody who can do a job well, but they, honest to God, they cannot tell you how they do it. They can troubleshoot a 480 volt panel. They can cook a good pot of gumbo. That's not quite as technical, but they can't tell you how they do it. How many of you all might fall into that? You can do something at your job, which is complex, took you years to learn how to do, and it makes you extremely valuable as a professional in your job, but you honestly could not tell somebody how to do it. At least you couldn't tell them everything. Could you do that? Yeah. Dean, yes. John, yes. Right? Cool. So that's it. Those to me are the 4 different work guidance tools, basically, that I have used, often without knowing it, during my whole life. And it's the same ones that all the technical experts that I have spoken to tend to use. And it's almost always a combination of them. That's what I wish that I can encapsulate in a bumper sticker to anybody that says, just follow the procedure, or who asks, did you follow the procedure? I want to be able to go, no, but we did a combination of things. So, couple quick examples of tacit skill. Somebody troubleshooting an electrical panel, a good troubleshooter who can solve a problem, but again, they can't quite tell you exactly everything they did, how to do it. Drives the mechanistic people nuts, because the mechanistic people are saying, you're not telling me everything. There's something you're keeping to yourself and you're not telling me it. They think you're being secretive. Sometimes they are, but a lot of times we just can't. Or the mechanistic people would say, you don't really know what you're doing. You're just kind of making it up. You don't actually know. No, I do know, but I know the French actually separate this linguistically better than Americans do. The French have 2 verbs for to know. One is connaître, which is to know, which you can know a phone number. But I can connaître a phone number and I can write it and I can give it to Charles Major. And then Charles Major connaître is the phone number. But I can also savoir. And we get from savoir, that French verb, that wonderful phrase, hey, he or she has savoir faire, right? They have this thing that they know how to do, but they can't say it. Knowledge that you can easily transfer. Explicit procedures, heuristics, maybe principles, that's connaître, right? But tacit skill, that's savoir. You know how to do it, but you can't really say it. You could mentor somebody in doing it, but it would probably take some time. The French have us beat on that, and crepes too. But anyway, that's it. And the last one, remember our opening example, Melissa in the ICU, in the NICU, and Darlene. Darlene and Linda were following all the procedures. They were doing medically everything their hospital required of them, and probably more. But Darlene, in her 30 years of experience, saw something about Melissa, and she was applying in her mind heuristics, rules of thumb, principles, and you better believe some tacit skill to go, you know what? We got to call Dr. Bao right now and get that sepsis test. Linda, because she was a little bit younger and less experienced, was probably just using explicit procedure, heuristics, didn't quite have the tacit skill that Linda did. And that's why that worked out that way. And so there we go on this. I'm walking, oh, I'm supposed to talk, I'm a little bit behind time here. So here's my argument, I guess, for the people that say, well, gosh, if we don't have procedures and we don't write everything down in procedures, we're going to have utter chaos. No, I don't think that. I think this is actually what we've got. We've got procedures, heuristics, principles, and tacit skill. And generally, most of the high hazard, very technical industries that we work in have put too much stock in procedures and not enough into developing and building heuristics, principles, and tacit skill. I'm curious to know what your experience is. Which work guidance tool do you do the most? Nonaka, is that the guy that wrote the knowledge creating company, Tanya? Work the problem, cool. So go ahead and scan that. I'm curious to know, what work guidance tool do you use the most? Yeah, I get to pick just one. And Sharon, and we've talked many times before, and I know, and you know, we, especially you and I, we use all four of them, but I'm asking, which one is your go-to? Which one do you tend to default to or rely on? Got 17 responses so far, and I'll show you the interesting results from another group in just a sec. Okay, coming in, 24 responses, lurkers notwithstanding, and the lead is 42%, depending mostly on principles. You understand how a system works and you make up your own heuristics, rules of thumbs, and procedures to a great degree. And it doesn't mean you don't use any of the others. Again, this is just the primary one that you default to. 33% say tacit skill, the unwritten knowledge. That's huge. It's interesting. That's very adaptive. And a smattering of the others, heuristics, then procedures, and then procedures and tacit, and SMEs exempt. Not quite sure about that one. So
I can
interesting.
Explain.
Yeah, quick explanation. Go for it.
A quick explanation. We are a very, very procedures-based environment, and where we typically get into trouble are when those very knowledgeable PhD skilled engineers decide that all the rules that they actually wrote themselves, the procedures, don't apply to them, and they get their hands into things that wind up hurting them. So,
yeah, that is classic. The case. Whatever you do, don't trust those people with the PhD. Never mind. Anyway, so this was interesting. This was from a workshop I did for a client group a couple of weeks ago, and I'm pretty sure this was the group of maintenance engineers, and even they were the ones. And they said about, let's see, 25% of them using procedures. That's their main go-to for procedure, which is fine. But look at that, 36% of people are saying even them, the maintenance engineers, are doing the principles first. So you all are in good company. And I've never found a group in all the workshops that I give for different clients and stuff, I've never had the worst case scenario come out where 90% of people say, well, of course I use the procedure and everybody else should too. It's never happened. When it's anonymous, people are telling the truth, and most of their results, honestly, look pretty much like yours. It's a smattering. It's a smattering of different ones. All right, so what do we do with this? Since we can't proceduralize everything, what the heck do we do? What's the practical alternative? There's a lot of different suggestions we can do based on the research and practical life. We are tight on time, so especially in this workshop, I'm only going to give you 3 of them, and I'm going to do it fairly quickly because I want to have some time for questions. First, let's get this out of the way. Please respect and follow the required procedures. If you're thinking about coming out of here saying, "Hey, Jake told me I don't have to follow procedures anymore," don't do that. Please don't do that. Just try to keep us all out of trouble. Okay. Second, as you're talking about your jobs, a couple of people have mentioned it, I think, earlier today. Use the terms work as imagined, work as done, or experiment with using those terms, WAI versus WAD. I'm aware that the nuclear industry, for example, calls it work as planned and work as performed, but that would give us WAP, and that's never going to work. So let's just use WAI and WAD. And so how does that fit into this world? Okay, so let's go back to this for a second. In the very mechanistic world, well, first of all, let's do our work as imagined. We got our black line here, and we got our blue line, which deviates and changes and goes up and down. But I don't think it changes. I think it changes differently depending on which work guidance tools you're using. For example, when you're doing very explicit procedures, the blue line ought to be, and often is, very close to the black line. The work that gets done is often pretty darn close to what the procedure, the book, or the manual, whatever it is, says. And that's the way it should be. When you're working with plutonium, you want it to go as planned. There's no such thing as a good surprise in a nuclear power plant. But as we get up into more adaptive stuff, we still have rules and some procedures and work as imagined, but there's a bigger deviation. There's a bigger delta. I find the whole concept of drift interesting, intriguing, because drift, the way it's framed, it connotes a negative emotional valence, as the chemists might say. Drift kind of says the right place to be is the black line, and anything away from it is drift. I don't think of it that way. I think of it more as adaptation in the moment. And if you want to see an example of what can really happen if you follow explicitly and strictly the black line in adaptive situations, look up, what is it, malicious compliance or work to rule. You want me to follow the procedures? I will do the procedures and I won't care about the result. And when that happens, what's the result? Lights go off, work stops, right? We need that blue line. And we just need to kind of get the mechanistic people to recognize when we're doing more adaptive stuff, you got to give us room for that variability within certain swim lanes, right? For the blue line. Now at the very high end, right, the very adaptive stuff, notice the black line stops, because when we're in the world of tacit skill, tacit means unwritten. You may imagine stuff, but there's nothing written down. I should actually call it work as documented or work as written, but again, then we're back as WAW. We need better acronyms. Here, you get variability, but there's not a whole lot to compare it to, which is why we need to have more conversations, especially in the really adaptive stuff, among the frontline workers and leaders who actually do the work. That's why I teach and harp on after action reviews so much. We constantly got to ask, what did we plan to do? What did we actually do? How did it work out that way? What are we going to do it differently next time? And sometimes, what can we write down about that? So I'm curious. Actually, this one is just a link, and I'm very aware of the time here. I want to give a couple of questions and answers. If you want to learn more about work as imagined, work as done, check this out. You can scan it. It's not just one article. It's about 4 or 5 articles, all relating to WAI and WAD in a public issue of Hindsight 25. And the third tactic, the third alternative, the third thing we can do that's practical is what one of the groups in one of my client organizations did. And this is awesome. This is great to see. Engage the frontline experts to simplify and streamline work by converting or transforming unnecessary procedures into some collections of procedures, principles, guidelines, rules of thumb, and any other essential information, like a one-stop place to go that frontline teams can open up and use whenever they need to go to work on something. So instead of just asking, well, where's the procedure? One group that I'll tell you about in just a second, they had an incident, and one of the investigators said, well, did you follow the procedure? And their honest answer was, which one? There are 9 different procedures that apply and that we are technically required to use to do this job. 9 different procedures. Let's take a look at how they contradict each other. Now, how do you want me to answer the question, did I follow the procedure? Investigator didn't like that answer. Anyway, that's it. So different places call them different things. I don't want to mandate or suggest call them this or call them that. I call them what your work teams want to call them. In this case, the client lab that I was working with, the example was the electrical safety team. So this was a lab that's big enough that it almost qualifies as its own mini city, right? It doesn't have its own power plant, but it has its own electrical team that does it's their own lineman team and switching team for everything in that in that lab. And they use up a lot of electricity on the really weird experiments that they do. So the electrical safety team basically had a lot to do, and their job was high hazard every day. They worked on the bomb, as some people say, every day. When they were trying to comply with rigid static procedures, this was several years ago, they were having a lot of trouble. They would have near misses and close contacts, usually that nobody got hurt, but any kind of an accidental contact is a big deal to the Department of Energy. And usually it winds up on the desk of somebody in Washington, D.C. by the end of the day. It's that big of a deal, even if nobody gets hurt. So they really didn't like those things happening. And they said, we're desperate. What can we do to get this done? Well, it wasn't more compliance. And then finally, after they took my workshop, they said, well, let's try to apply some of these principles of human reliability. And what they did was ask the electrical safety team, what would you guys do? And they said, well, sometimes we need the procedures, but sometimes we need a lot more flexibility. We need to think through each job kind of on their own. And so they said, okay, take this, and we're giving you permission to transform and undo some of the unnecessary procedures and bake up your own job procedures based on rules of thumb, other stuff. So it meant more discussion, more planning time, so a little bit less efficient, but it became dramatically safer. And because they got the job done right the first time, it actually became more reliable as well. So reliability and safety went up because employee engagement did too. And after they started doing this way, more and more, they de-proceduralized things more. They wound up having, and the last time I checked, their streak of incident-free days, no electrical contacts or accidental contacts, basically no serious anomalies, for over 1,000 workdays. That was a product of them de-proceduralizing things, and a few other things as well, based on the workshop I gave. So that's a real world kind of success story. I keep saying we're tight on time. Sorry, it's been some good discussion or good ideas so far, and I've taken longer than I should have. I hope you will forgive me. I've enjoyed it. And I do want to give some time for questions, but let's do one survey. This is the last survey that we've got in the course. And please do start thinking up your questions. And if you want to, start dropping your questions into the chat thread so I can start taking them in just a minute or two. And I look forward to reading all your chat notes. No responses yet. Is the survey working? Somebody give me a quick thumbs up.
It's good.
It's good? Okay. Going to do a quick 90-second recap while you all are taking the survey. Why do we keep trying to proceduralize everything? Well, short answer, F.W. Taylor, and a little bit because of Deming's quality movement. All right, why can't we just proceduralize everything? My sarcastic question. Answer is most 21st century jobs are a lot more adaptive than they are mechanistic. So what's the core insight? What's the core takeaway? What is the lesson? What is the takeaway, with apologies to Maui? Explore procedures and heuristics, rules of thumbs, principles, and tacit skill as equivalent to procedures, at least equivalent in value to procedures. How do we apply this? A couple of ways that we can share in this short time today. One, start talking, change your language, and start talking in terms of work as imagined versus work as done. See where that leads you. And I think what that will lead you is to a bigger delta between what the procedure says and how work actually gets done. You'll be able to visualize and make tangible the black line and the blue line, and then you're off to the races. And the last one is talk to the guys and women that do the work, that fight the fires, that do the security, that turn the wrenches, and see if you can work with them to transform unnecessary procedures into much more adaptive manuals or whatever it is that they want to call them, right? And that's it. I give you a lot of stuff. So here's a handout. and I hope it's helpful to you. It's up on my website under my keynotes that I give if you like this. And if somebody would let me know, that's it. And this one doesn't take you to a form. It takes you to this page. Can somebody give me a thumbs up if you are able to get this document? And then let's see the responses. 21 responses. Let's see, I or some other people that I know have deproceduralized tasks with good results, about 35%. Great. I or other people have deproceduralized tasks, but the result were bad. That's an equal number. I'm real curious. Here's an open invitation. If you voted the second one there, connect with me, maybe by LinkedIn or email me or something like that. I give you my email and let's talk. I'd really like to learn more about that. Third, I or others I know want to deproceduralize some tasks, but don't quite know how. Again, connect with me on LinkedIn or email me. I or others that I know want to deproceduralize some tasks, but our company would never let us. Glad to see that that's only 20%. That's a shrinking amount, which is great. And 15% are the hardliners saying, I think deproceduralizing any task is a bad idea. I respect that. And I do not live in your world, but I'd love to hear from you on that, because that's a glass of beer discussion or a glass of wine for me. Open for your questions. And I didn't even give really much of an intro. If you like what you heard, great, connect with me. Obviously, this is what I do for a living, workshops, keynotes, stuff like that. So let me know. Anyway, there's my stuff. What questions do you all have?
So Jake, we got a few questions, or like a couple people unmuted, but one thing is that the link doesn't work in the QR code. Apparently the file is deleted or moved. So
sorry about that. Let me do this. Stand by. Let me just take care of this right away.
Cool.
Stand by. Just give me a few seconds and I'm going to just go ahead and do it. I'm just going to drop the file into the chat thread, because have a plan B. Come on.
Thank you very much for doing that.
You're going to work and you're going to like it too. All right, there we go. All right. It is in the chat thread. Somebody let me know if you're able to get it and if it opens up, if you don't mind.
I will try to open it up. In the meantime, Daniel is unmuted and Rory's unmuted. So Daniel, maybe you have a question or a comment.
Yeah,
shoot.
So, under the umbrella of human performance, a rather large umbrella, right? We've taken to, when we find work as done, when there's a significant gap to work as imagined, we are now typically approaching that as, okay, there must be some latent weakness existing in the procedure that we have to go and correct. We have to find out what it is. Why are people finding workarounds? There's got to be a reason that makes sense to them why they can't follow it. From your perspective, from the talk today, are we off base? Is fixing the procedure old thinking, and we should be challenging ourselves as to whether or not we even need it?
It's all going to depend on the job you're doing. Again, if you're, mixing a reagent with plutonium, I'd say get the procedure right. So the first thing is to basically kind of assess. And always talk to the guys and the women that do the work. And basically the question to answer first is, I'm going to bring up the right slide. Where are you on the scale? This job, whatever job that it is that you're getting done, put a number to it, 1 through 10. And if it's closer down to the 1, then you got your answer. You want a pretty strict, clear, bomb-proof procedure, as we used to say in search and rescue. But if what you're doing is negotiations, you can write a procedure for negotiations, but you're constantly going to be chasing your trail. What we say, and psychologists say, is the tacit always leads the explicit. In adaptive work, the tacit always leads the explicit, meaning the ability of an expert practitioner to get a job done is always going to outstrip the ability for us to document what they do. You got it? So they're going to get better at the job. They're going to write a better procedure. But guess what? They're going to get better at the job. And we're constantly going to be playing catch up. So you got to ask yourself, is this something where you need to have things be really close, like on the left-hand side of the slide? Or is it okay to have it be this far apart? Can you afford to have kind of a long tail on that? And if so, put more energy and investment into after action reviews, pre and post job briefings, so that you share that tribal knowledge, so that the experts doing the job have the freshest, most up-to-date tacit knowledge that they can get. Does that answer your question?
It does, and I just have a little bit of a second part to it. Is what comes to mind is, okay, now what happens when I have staff turnover? What happens when all of those really knowledgeable people leave my organization? What do I have in hand now that I can pass along to the new generation who's coming up, and I want to get them to the same performance levels and reliability levels as soon as possible?
The short answer I would say is invest more time and effort and care in your people. Not that you're not, I don't mean to mean that in a bad way or a blame-based way, but I've seen many companies, I've talked to experts with 30 years of experience. They are one of only 2 or 3 people that know how to set up a network protector. And that's it. They've got a notebook. I talked to a guy named Alan, and I noticed his lunchbox, literally, the metal lunchbox was open. There's this dog-eared old notepad in it. And I'm like, Alan, what's on that notepad? And he said, oh, that's all the stuff I got about network protectors that I picked over 30 years. And I said, Alan, that may be the most valuable lunchbox in the entire company. Because if you got into a car crash and we lost your lunchbox, we'd be set back 5 years in doing that. So basically, try to include more people in those after action reviews and discussions that don't necessarily need to be there, but spread that tacit knowledge so that when your guys retire, they've already have mentoring and on the job training and onboarding well in place. So you're not left in the lurch. In many companies, they're just like, oh, well, that person retired. What are we going to do now? And the answer is, you're done. You should have done it 3 years ago. Have that guy make a dozen videos while he's working on network protectors. That's what you do. Is that helpful?
Yes, very. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you. Great question. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we have one more with Rory McGregor. Rory, you're unmuted. What do you think?
I'm sorry, that was an accident.
Well, Jake, let's see if anybody else wants to jump in here. Malcolm has one. So Malcolm, go ahead.
Thanks, Dean. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So real quick question. Any companies that you've been around that has tried to do this with more of the administrative type procedures? For example, the company took a swing at going down on some compliance procedures and said, hey, you know what, we need to reduce the number. So let's see about condensing them together. But indirectly, what we did was just made a longer procedure. So again, we circle back to say, all right, let's go back to the method of breaking it back down. But any compliance, and I'm from the safety side, so I'm trying to see if there's any other companies that have been through the same type of experience that we've been going through of trying to find that right solution. And can you share your experiences with it?
It's just the procedures. It's almost like you go away for the weekend and you come back and it's like, wait, while we've been gone, the procedures have multiplied. While we've been gone, that just happens. Short answer is no. This is a part of what I do, but it's only kind of one part. So I don't focus on, team after team just for this. One article comes to mind. I don't have a link to the article and it's not directly related to what you said, but I remember, maybe somebody can look it up. I believe it was on LinkedIn and I think it was about GE, General Electric. And it was something related to the dress code. I mean, it's a big company. You better believe they had procedures, a lot of rules and compliance for the dress code. And it just kept getting more and more and more and more and bigger and bigger and bigger. Well, they had a new director or something take over and who took over this thing. And they were spending, discussion after discussion over what about this and the dress code and this. And she trashed the whole thing and said, it's gone. The new dress code is dress professionally. And if you have a question or are unsure of something, talk to me or your boss or this or that. That's it. 4 words. And it was a procedure. She took the whole 10 pages of procedures or guidelines or rules or whatever and said, no, it's one procedure. Most of you are going to know what to do. And the ones that don't, we're going to have a conversation and figure it out in good faith. And that was it. So I remember reading that. If somebody found that or could share that, that'd be great. So that was one example, not related to safety, but that was it.
And a couple of things. One is Susan Hendricks had added a
dress
And
appropriate for your job.
point related to this, I think, in the chat box. So take a look at that, Malcolm, if you would. And Susan, thank you for putting that in. And Charles, you're unmuted, or you were for a second. So I didn't know if you wanted to jump in there also.
Well, I was going to ping on Malcolm. I think Malcolm was talking about things that probably have a regulator at the other end. You know, things that are kind of required in their nature. Now, I think you might be absolutely right. We can find a simpler, easier way to satisfy maybe those requirements. But I think he was tending towards the things from a compliance standpoint that not that we make people comply, but that we are forced to comply with.
Yeah, that's correct, Charles. The old situation where something happens and that's the first thing that regulators or litigation teams are looking for. But again, you're really trying to be adaptive as possible and not have too much procedures established, but you need them eventually. But I was just trying to find workarounds or shortcuts to help kind of condense that.
There's a book that might help you all out, and I find myself recommending it more and more. And I'm going to be doing more research and writing in this area because it's something I've been fascinated with. And oh, Alex, thank you. I think that's the from inc.com. Giant company has a 2-word dress code, and it's kind of brilliant. Boom. Thank you for finding that. Love the teamwork. The short story, and we got just a couple minutes left, was back in the 1990s, the EPA came out with a new regulation on benzene. Benzene is a toxic chemical, causes cancer. It's some bad stuff. And so the EPA studied a bunch of studies and came up with a 33-page rule, a set of procedures and requirements and compliance stuff for refineries, gas and oil refineries. And they said, you've got to do this. And it was a big deal. It was a lot. It was putting scrubbers in and stuff to get the benzene out. So an Amoco refinery, pretty close to where I am in Yorktown, Virginia, about 90 miles away from where I am, they read this and they went, we're going to have to spend about $30 million, this is back in 1990, to implement all these scrubbers and all this laws and all the technology to comply with this 30-something page rule. And they did it, but they went, God, I mean, it's just enormous burden to do this. And then they measured the difference in the benzene levels. Did it reduce benzene? Yes, but the amount by which it reduced the benzene was insignificant. So it was a paper victory, but a real world catastrophe. It didn't work well. But the story gets really interesting because within the next couple of months, two people got onto a plane, wound up sitting next to each other for a cross-country flight. And the two people that wound up sitting next to each other were one of the senior leaders, executives from that refinery, and one of the people from the EPA who made that rule. Imagine that conversation, right? And they got to talk and figured out who they were and everything. It was a cross-country flight, so they had a few hours to talk. By the end of the flight, they had a handshake agreement to say, okay, we're going to bring some EPA people unofficially, informally, with amnesty in place, and we're going to give you a tour of the factory so you can see what your rule did. And they toured the factory, and all the people who thought up the rule and said they complied with the rule, they went, oh my God, it did virtually nothing. And then they got to talking, just talking. And they wound up going to the loading docks where they loaded the barges, the boats, right, with millions of gallons of this stuff from the refinery and shipped it off. And what they realized was that's where the benzene was coming. The pipes, the connections where they were pumping the stuff into the barges were, relatively loose and open, and all the fumes day in and day out, 24 hours a day, they're pumping this stuff. That's where and an enormous amount of benzene was coming in for them, coming out there. So what did they do? They put $50,000 worth of nozzles onto there. It took a week. Basically, the nozzles when you go to Costco, when you get your gas, and it's a vapor recovery nozzle, that's where that came from, to suck back all the benzene. That's why you don't smell the gasoline when you're pumping gas at most places now. That $50,000 solution was insignificant, easy to do, and that dramatically reduced the amount of benzene coming out of the refineries. It did far more than the $30 million, 33-page requirement rule that the EPA spent months working on. And what did it come from? It came from open, non-punitive talking with the guys and the women who did the work and the people who wanted to make the policy. There's an example for you, although I wasn't involved with that, but I wish I had been. Does that answer your question a little bit more? And if you like that story, And if you like that story, read the book by Philip K. Howard called The Death of Common Sense. There it is.
Yeah. Jake,
thanks.
Thank you very, very much. That was an awesome bunch of insight, and it just spurred a bunch of really great conversation and chat in the chat box. And thanks for taking me to school on the cool interactive real-time tool to get people's insights and feedback. So for everything, thank you, Jake. We really appreciate it.
Thank you all.
So we are now going to segue, and everybody obviously feel free to close down your video, stand up, do a stretch break, whatever it takes just to, get ready for the next 90 minutes or so. But I'm going to transition to Tanya Hewitt. And Tanya, I am very intrigued by your thinking and your abstract. So I can't wait to hear more about what you're going to share with us about, I take away how we really engage in a meaningful way with people. But obviously you're going to share more with us. So Tanya, the co-host rights are yours, and welcome.
Well, thank you, Tina. I mean, I'm really humbled with the anticipation of this presentation.
Yeah.
So I'd like to first thank the HBRCT, or COLT. I can't remember anymore. What is it?
CHOL.
The CHOL for taking a chance on selecting this topic for the program. And I'm actually going to chance doing this presentation from my backyard. Jake did it, so I'm hoping that I'm going to have his luck. He only slowed down once, so hopefully I'll be in the same kind of category. And I'd like to acknowledge that I am coming to you from unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe peoples, otherwise known as Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. So I'll be talking to you about the other. So I'm going to start off with acknowledging that I do have degrees in physics. And when I was taking my waves and optics course, I know that this was a very familiar concept to me as polarization. I mean, we worked with it, we had assignments on it. I suspect it was the reigning definition of polarization when I did my undergrad. It is the first definition in the Merriam-Webster dictionary. However, I think that the second definition is what really has become what people relate to today. When you say polarization, this is what they're thinking. Now, before I do that, I probably didn't do that right, and I'm going to get myself in trouble.
Well, I think a lot of people sort of woke up and went, whoa, that does not look like Calgary. And that became an interesting story. And the interesting thing for me was that whole thing, the color of my skin, my faith, was never part of the election. The issue of the racial background never came up. The issue of faith came up, once or twice and was quenched quite quickly.
That was your first election. I wonder if you could compare that experience to the last time you ran a few years ago.
First of all, I am obsessed with my hair in that clip. The hair salons were open then, and yet it seems I didn't want to get a haircut. So there's a lot less hair and a lot more gray now. But ultimately, things are very different. We have seen a wave of divisiveness and partisanship and anger enter into the public discourse, aided and abetted in many ways by politicians, but now completely out of control. And it is absolutely true that back then, the amount of sort of racist, nasty rhetoric that I would get was very, very rare. I remember spending 2 or 3 months debating whether to remove one guy from my Facebook page because he was kind of being a jerk. And now, of course, it's every day and relentless. And I see racist attacks against me daily. And certainly that 2017 election was no fun at all.
A family of 5 members was killed in a tragic and senseless act of hate in Canada on Sunday. Police said the 20-year-old man, accused of killing the Muslim family, was motivated by hate and that the case is being treated as a hate crime for now. Police in London, which is 200 kilometers southwest of Toronto, were consulting the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and prosecutors about potentially filing terrorism charges. Police in London, Ontario, identified the killer as 20-year-old Nathaniel Weltman, who, according to eyewitnesses, jumped the curb in his vehicle on Sunday, hit the 5 members of the family, and fled at high speed. Those struck were 5 members of a family ranging in age from 9 to 74.
So social polarization is very, very real.
It became clear that what we'd done is we had swapped out the Walter Cronkite gatekeepers, not for no gatekeepers, right, but for a new set of gatekeepers. And the new set of gatekeepers is typically the social media companies. Those are the people who are determining what gets highlighted, what gets amplified, what gets buried, what gets taken down, what gets a notice put against it, etc., right?
And they can measure how you respond and how often you engage and re-engage. And the best way to get people to engage constantly is to inflame their emotions. We're all feeling paranoid and all feeling angry, and no one's actually talking to each other face to face. And COVID has just made this worse.
If you support Robert E. Lee, you hate this country.
We are so polarized that we will polarize around absolutely anything.
All right. So this is real. So I could just, fill the rest of my time with more and more examples of this. I'm sure I don't have to convince you that that's true. I could probably do this for days of this kind of thing. But I would rather work on talking about resetting this. Pandemics in the past have allowed societies to change fundamentally on the other side of the pandemic. There's no reason why we couldn't try to reset this on the other side of ours. So this is my outline. So my broad approach is to talk about where we are, where we could go, and give you some techniques on how we can get there. The more refined approach is I'm going to dispense with where we are because I think I've just shown that to you, and I don't really time get into some studies and then strategies on how we could get there. So starting off with some case studies. So I'm going to set this one up. Dia Khan is a filmmaker in the UK who was interviewed on the BBC about multiculturalism in the face of rising protests against immigrants, whereby she stated, "We're just going to have to make this work as immigrants have made their home here in the UK." Pursuant to that, she received a deluge of vitriolic emails. And instead of demonizing and calling neo-Nazis monsters, as many people are wont to do, she decided to get to know them as people and to understand how they got to such a place of anger. So I learned about this story when I came across the Death Row Book Club. So this is the founder. He was wrongfully accused. He was eventually exonerated after 30 years in prison. There's a whole story there. But here he's going to be talking about somebody who met on death row through his book club.
But in this book, if nothing else, you would read about a story about a man that was a KKK member, a young man that had been taught to hate all his life. And when he went out and did something that most of us perhaps could never see, he went out and he hung a young 19-year-old black male. He did it at the order of his father. His father was the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan in Alabama. And everybody that have read this book asked me, how could you befriend a Klansman? I often tell people, first, let's dissect this Klansman. Take the 3 Ks away from his name, and he is Henry Francis Hayes. Let's look at Henry Francis Hayes. From the time he was conceived, his daddy taught him to hate. And when he came out of his mother's womb, he began to teach him how to hate even more. And as a little boy, he continued to teach him how to hate. And I question, where was Child Protective Service when this young man was being taught to hate? Where was this village that we all say it take a village to raise a child? Where was this village when this young man was being taught to hate? But see, my mother taught me to love. My mother said no matter what one does, he or she still deserves compassion. And in my warped mind, I said, if his father can teach him how to hate, why don't I try to teach him how to love? I am so proud to call Henry Francis Hayes my friend, because on the night they executed him, Henry Francis Hayes was quoted as saying, when they asked him, did he have any last word? He said, all of my life, my father, my mother, my community taught me how to hate. It wasn't until I came to death row, the very people that they taught me how to hate are the one that taught me how to love. And tonight, I leave this earth knowing what real love feels like.
Okay, so things are getting pretty heavy here. Let's lighten things up a little bit.
Hi there.
Hi.
Nice day, huh?
Yeah, finally, right?
Where are you from? Your English is perfect.
San Diego. We speak English there.
Oh, no. Where are you from?
Well, I was born in Orange County, but I never actually lived there.
I mean before that.
Before I was born.
Yeah, like, where are your people from?
Well, my great-grandma was from Seoul.
Korean. I knew it. I was like, she's either Japanese or Korean, but I was leaning more towards Korean.
Amazing.
Yeah. Hamshasina. There's a really good teriyaki barbecue place near my apartment. So I actually really like kimchi.
Cool. What about you? Where are you from?
San Francisco.
But where are you from?
Oh, I'm just American.
Really? You're Native American?
No, just regular American. Oh, well, I guess my grandparents are from England.
Oh, well. Hello, Governor! What's all this then? Top of the morning to you. Let's get a small tea, Double, toil and trouble. Mind the gap! Beware, Jack the Ripper! Bloody hell! Pip pip! Cheerio! I think your people's fish and chips are amazing.
You're weird.
Really? I'm weird? Must be a Korean thing.
However, where are you from doesn't always have great consequences.
It brought tears.
2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center.
I was horrified.
Good Lord.
How do you respond to hate?
I was sad. I was angry.
The whole side has collapsed.
The whole building has collapsed.
I kept begging God that please do not take me today. Thank you very much. I thank you for inviting me to be here with you all.
On the 18th anniversary of 9/11, Ray's Bouillon shared his story of forgiveness.
Though not in Manhattan or Washington, D.C., I am a victim and a survivor of the terror that rained down upon our country 18 years ago.
In 2001, he was a computer science student and a clerk at this Dallas convenience store. He was working at the store September 21st,
My American dream turned into an American nightmare.
the day he nearly died.
A man wearing bandana, sunglasses, holding a sort of double-barrel shotgun walked in. He asked me, pointing the gun directly at my face, "Where are you from?" Before I could utter anything more than "excuse me," he pulled the trigger from point blank range.
Days after the terror attacks, white supremacist Mark Stroman went on a shooting spree, targeting 3 men he believed to be from the Middle East.
My attacker blamed me and my kind for 9/11.
He killed 2. Reyes survived.
I underwent several eye surgeries. I lost vision in one eye. I still carry more than 3 dozen bullet fragments on my face and skull.
How do you respond to hate? In 2002, a jury found Stroman guilty and sentenced him to death.
Sir.
Mr. Stroman, good luck.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
But as he waited for his execution,
It was really a bad nightmare for me for the last 5 months.
Reyes tried to save his life.
I went to the US Supreme Court asking for clemency. I believed that if he was given a chance, he might become a better human being.
His efforts fell short. Stroman died by lethal injection in July of 2011.
My turn, right?
The same year, Reyes started his nonprofit,
You're very welcome. Thank you.
World Without Hate.
Thank you for your whole life.
God kept me alive for a reason. The only way we can overcome this craziness is through compassion.
Reyes wants to help all people.
Reyes is my friend. I hope our friendship opens up my eyes more than they have been open.
He has the capacity and the ability to make this world a better place.
Mark Anthony Stroman, the 9/11 killer, that's my father.
From prison in South Texas, Robert Stroman spoke of his friendship with Reyes Bouillon.
He's a forgiving man. He's a visionary.
Robert is serving a 14-year sentence for a drug conviction.
Point a gun across the counter.
Now mentored by the man his dad shot in the face.
But if somebody was to do something to me, like, say, shoot me in the face, try to take my life for nothing other than hate, it would be hard for me to forgive that man. I dang sure don't think I would help try to support his kids after he was sentenced.
Though he is in prison right now, we stayed in touch. I'm hoping when he comes out, we'll be able to work together to make this world a better place.
I hope by becoming more like him that I'm able to help other people.
This area has changed so much.
As he stood outside the gas station where he nearly died, Reyes told me how he responds to hate with love.
I think we all have the human capacity to be kind, to be compassionate, to be empathetic and forgiving.
In Dallas, I'm Alex Rozier.
So in all of the examples I've shown you, it's been the racialized victims that have taken on Caucasian people in order to try to bridge the gap. Here's an example of Caucasians taking on Caucasians.
And sometimes change can occur in seconds. Probably the most horrifying event in the Vietnam War was the My Lai massacre. A brigade of American soldiers went into an undefended village full of civilians and killed between 350 and 500 of them. Mass raped women and children, mutilated bodies. It was appalling. It was appalling because it occurred, because the government denied it, because the US government eventually did nothing more than a slap on the wrist, and appalling because it almost certainly was not a singular event. This man, Hugh Thompson, this is the man who stopped the My Lai massacre. He was piloting a helicopter gunship, landed there, got out, and saw American soldiers shooting babies, shooting old women, figured out what was going on, and he then took his helicopter and did something that undid his lifetime of conditioning as to who was an us and who was a them. He landed his helicopter in between some surviving villagers and American soldiers, and he trained his machine guns on his fellow Americans and said, "If you don't stop the killing, I will mow you down." Now, these people are no more special than any of us. Same neurons, same neurochemicals, same biology. What we're left with here is this inevitable cliche, those who don't study history are destined to repeat it. What we have here is the opposite of it. those who don't study the history of extraordinary human change, those who don't study the biology of what can transform us from our worst to our best behaviors, those who don't do this are destined not to be able to repeat these incandescent, magnificent moments.
So I hope I've introduced you to a few people that you might not have known before. I highly encourage you to look at this TED Talk in its entirety. But what I'm going to move on to now is to some strategies on how we might be able to become our better angels. So first off, we have to start understanding more about our own emotions. I pulled this from the Atlas of Emotions. So emotions are elicited with a trigger that always come in a context. The emotion then elicits a physiological response. And then you have those dotted arrows where, and that is Viktor Frankl's time, you know, between the emotion and action kind of thing. And the idea is to be able to select the response. In a different talk, I talk about those dotted arrows quite a bit, where I talk about how when you are in the throes of a very strong emotion, biochemicals flood your brain. Your prefrontal cortex is not able to be engaged. You do not have control over your thoughts during the time when those biochemicals are coursing. You need to listen to your grandmother. You've got to take some time out, count to 10, go for a walk, you know, take deep breaths, do something. You need 6 seconds to allow those biochemicals to wash over your brain and for you to regain control of your prefrontal cortex, where you can then select a response instead of knee-jerking a reaction. But instead of that, I'm going to focus on the physiology. When you get an emotion, what physiological responses you get. So why don't you put in the chat, what kind of physiological, what happens to your body when you are panicked, when you are really, really scared, frightened, in the throes of extreme fear? What happens to your body? What kind of physiology are you experiencing? Accelerated pulse, heart racing, sweaty palms, freezing in place. Excellent. Yeah, narrowed vision. Excellent, excellent. So paralysis, absolutely. So you guys probably have even better ones than I had come up with. But so these are some of the ones that I had come up with. Your eyes go wide, your heart pounds, you have a shortness of breath, the sweating, your muscles tense up, and you have butterflies in your stomach. So a lot of therapists, when they have patients who have extreme phobias, who experience, you know, extreme fear in situations where they need not experience that, are telling them you can trick your brain to realizing that these types of physiological responses to being, you know, scared for your life are the same physiological responses you have to being excited. It's the same physiology that you undergo when you are, you know, painfully scared or are about to undergo the most incredible, exhilarating experience in your life. Your body experiences the same thing. So the therapists are getting their patients to recognize when their body is in a certain physiological state, to be able to think that they're actually being triggered by a different emotion than the one that might have started in the first place, so that they can get into a different way to respond. So this is a tiny snippet of a brilliant TED Talk by Lisa Feldman Barrett, but I can only afford to give you this tiny little snippet.
You're making meaning of facial movements, like the curl of a lip or the raise of an eyebrow. And that stone-faced stare, well, that might be someone who is a remorseless killer. But a stone-faced stare might also mean that someone is stoically accepting defeat, which is in fact what Chechen culture prescribes for someone in Dzhokhar Tsarnaev's situation. So the lesson here is that emotions that you seem to detect in other people actually come in part from what's inside your own head.
So with that bit of information, and in addition to the understanding that we generally have a very weak emotional vocabulary, many people default to like 5 or 7 emotions to describe what we are experiencing in our daily lives. But this restriction can actually really hamper us. When you click on one of these in the Atlas of Emotions, you get a range of other words in varying intensity to be able to give you more variability with the emotion. Instead of just sad, you can be more specific. And with that, you can be a little bit better in describing your own emotion and maybe other people's emotions, because what we constantly do is we are involved in reverse engineering other people's emotions from their physiology. The emotion triggers the physiology, but we don't know the emotion. So what we do is we read the physiology and we discern what emotion triggered that. And we are often based on this one-to-one understanding of a physiological response to an emotional state. But I've shown you 2 examples so far that there are actually many one-to-many relationships of the same physiology giving rise to different emotions. And when we reverse engineer physiology to emotions, we can be wrong. And we've got to be aware of this, because the same physiology does not, it can map to different emotions. So what I'm going to do is play just a short clip of this Jon Stewart speech. And I want you to write in the chat what physiology you see. So don't talk about what emotions he's going through, just the physio. What is his body doing?
These men and women and their response to it is what brought our country back. It's what gave a reeling nation a solid foundation to stand back upon, to remind us of why this country is great, of why this country is worth fighting for. And you are ignoring them. And you can end it tomorrow. Why this bill isn't unanimous consent and a standalone issue is beyond my comprehension. And I have yet to hear a reasonable explanation for why. It'll get stuck in some transportation bill or some appropriations bill and get sent over to the Senate, where a certain someone from the Senate will use it as a political football to get themselves maybe another new import tax on petroleum, because that's what happened to us in 2015. And we won't allow it to happen again. Thank God for people like John Field. Thank God for people like Ray Pfeiffer. Thank God for all of these people who will not let it happen. They responded in 5 seconds. They did their jobs with courage, grace, tenacity, humility. 18 years later, do yours. Thank you.
Okay, so let me just take a look at the chat here and see what things you came up with. So choking up, being vulnerable. Yeah, exactly. Being weed, absolutely. Having gestures. Absolutely. All of this. So loud voice. Exactly. Staring others down. Excellent. Hold on.
men and women.
So, you guys are better than me. I had put it down to a few things. His voice raised quite a bit. He had some gesturing, some of it very large gesturing. He had an emotional delivery, and at times his speech changed cadence. He got much faster when he wanted to make a point. So, and a lot of, I really liked what you guys had come up with too. So this can be anger for sure, but it can also be passion. The conclusions you come to on how you interact with that person are very, very different depending on which of these emotions you land on. And it is very dangerous to react on erroneous data. You need a context and a lot more information, asking the person perhaps which of this is. Years ago, when I was curling with my husband, I was talking to him at one end of the bar. He went to the other end of the bar, out of earshot of where we had been speaking, whereby he was asked by another curler, "Is everything okay? I saw Tanya being very angry with you." Reading the physiology, coming up with the determination that I was angry, but I wasn't angry. I am a passionate person. Very rarely is that anger, but you can see this faulty reverse engineering can get into rumors, can make things worse. You've got to be careful not to take up for someone's emotional state based upon the displayed physiology. So there's your first strategy. And the reason why is because you may have it wrong. So your second strategy is categorizations. There are many personality categorization tools. So this is only a sampling, but the tendency of many of these assessments is to give you a label to learn more about yourself. Lots have characteristics and different labels on how to interact with each other. And, this is very common and it's useful with these tests. But once categorized, a couple of things happen. One, we might start to even identify ourselves with that categorization. I am, for example, an INFJ according to Myers-Briggs, a type 1 according to Enneagram, and a green according to True Colors. But secondly, we tend to attribute the entirety of the categorization with someone who has that categorization. And that may not be the way we should be thinking about things.
At Yale Law School, a major ongoing project explores how our risk perceptions impact society. It's headed by this guy, Dan Kahan. I like him right away because he provokes his students to question their assumptions.
I guess all of you were admitted on the basis of demonstrating a pretty remarkable proficiency and reasoning. But really, it's time to face the question whether smart people might actually be the source of most of the social problems that we have in our society, right?
His research cuts to the core of our most divisive issues.
And my colleagues and I are very interested in why people are in a state of persistent disagreement about issues of fact. Is the earth heating up or not? Does allowing people to carry guns make crime rates go up or go down?
Dan's asked thousands of people to rate 12 controversial issues on a scale from acute risk to no risk at all.
People are at loggerheads on these issues, and the positions aren't randomly distributed across across the population. People with different kinds of cultural styles have different views. Professor Rand from
when our cultural style dictates how we think, Dan calls it cultural cognition.
Cultural cognition is where people are looking at data, looking at evidence, looking at facts, and they're seeing in it the information that vindicates the position that their group has in opposition to some other group.
The data puts all of us into one of 4 cultural boxes, which are determined by our position on scales of hierarchy, community, individualism, and egalitarianism.
The people who are on the upper left quadrant, the hierarchical individualists, tend to be skeptical about environmental risks, whereas the people down in the lower right, the egalitarian communitarians, they're very concerned about all manner of environmental risks of nuclear power generation.
These two groups disagree, like because they're kind of at opposite ends. Right?
Yeah. So they tend to be kind of action along the diagonals, right?
I'm a little bit smarter than you,
It looks like our viewpoints have little to do with independent thinking.
They become badges of membership in or loyalty to groups. At that point, people have a bigger stake, really, in forming positions that are consistent with the ones in their group than they do in getting the right answer. If I fall out of line with the position that predominates in my group, I could be in big trouble. Problem isn't stupid people. What happens is people are going to seek out information that's more consistent with what they believe and dismiss and steer clear of the rest. I think these kinds of conflicts are becoming more spectacular. Consequences are higher probably than they've been in the past, and in any case, they're intolerable.
Is there any way out? I mean, is that
There's nothing we can do. We're screwed. It's hopeless.
We might be screwed, but I'm not so sure.
I agree with that.
Because I answered Dan's questions too.
Government should leave it entirely to the private sector. I don't know about most. Wouldn't say that.
The results put me in the box labeled egalitarian communitarian. And when Dan plotted all my answers, the red dots, they fit Dan's predictions for someone with my profile, the blue dots, pretty well. But not always.
Where am I most deviant?
It looks like you're most deviant on nuclear power. You ought to be more concerned than average, but you're considerably less.
For risks that involve radiation, I made a conscious effort to get out of my box and question my assumptions. And if I can get out of my box, which is a pretty deep box, by the way, I'm hoping that anyone can.
So that's the other thing. You've got to be really, really careful with labels and categorizations, because a lot of people, like he just talked about, don't fit the mold of that label or category, not by every single characteristic. Furthermore, you can take the effort to deliberately expose yourself to different ideas and learning to change your own label or the characteristics of the category that you're in and the label that is attributed to you. Okay. We live in a world that really, really validates being nice. Reyes Bunyan had said that we have the capacity to be kind, compassionate, empathetic, forgiving. He didn't say nice. We conflate nice and kind constantly, but they are not the same. We live in a world where we tell people what they want to hear, being nice to them, not what they need to know. This is Leader Factor's webinar on the catastrophic consequences of a nice culture, where they say that you have a veneer of civility, a cute nod to psychological safety, a hologram that falsely signals collaboration. In many make nice cultures, they say, leaders have simply spread a thin layer of nice over a thick layer of fear. They layer on niceness as a patina to cover the dysfunction and give the appearance of harmony and alignment. Let's listen to Kim Scott talk about ruinous empathy.
I had hired this guy, Bob, who I really liked a lot. There was just one problem. Bob was doing terrible work. And because I liked him, because I wanted to be nice to him, I kept giving him praise, and I didn't criticize his work. And after about 10 months of this, it became clear to me that if I didn't fire Bob, I was going to lose half my team. And when I told him, he sort of pushed his chair back from the table. He looked me right in the eye and he said, "Why didn't you tell me?" And as that question is going around and around in my head with no very good answer, he says, "Why didn't any of you tell me?" And I realized I had made a bunch of different mistakes. First of all, the praise I had given Bob was really more of a head fake. I never criticized Bob's work. I never asked Bob for feedback. Maybe there was stuff I was doing or could have done that would have made life better for him. And worst of all, I failed to create a culture in which everybody would tell Bob when he was going off the rails. And because of my mistakes, I'm now having to fire Bob. And it was too late to change. All I could do in that moment was promise myself that I would never make that mistake again.
So I'm going to show you the conflict continuum that I've learned from Pat Lencioni. So this is based on vulnerability-based trust, where vulnerability-based trust is talking about saying, "I am sorry, you're better at this than me. I made a mistake. I need your help. I was wrong." All of this kind of vocabulary is part of vulnerability-based trust. If that becomes, implanted in a team, then you can battle out ideas to get the best answer possible. On the left is a place of bullying, harassment, no dignity, meanness, and hatred. It's a place of intimidation to get ahead, pervasive exploitation where workers are expendable commodities. No one likes to be here. But the right has been given a few labels as well: toxic positivity, artificial harmony, ruinous empathy, or more colloquially, chronically nice. This can result in groupthink, consensus-driven decisions, and is not a good place to be. Many workplaces are to the right of this continuum. Once they start engaging in constructive conflict, they move in a stepwise fashion towards what they certainly do not want to become. But many are afraid that it immediately progresses to meanness and hatred, but it doesn't. There is an optimum where teams can work, where they really engage in true passionate conflict. So there may be shouting and it may be animated. If you care about issues, it should be, in order to get the root of the issues. You want to have all the available information that you can get, the facts, the opinions, the intuition, and all of that. However, at this precipice, especially if they are not used to it, teams will tend to deviate slightly toward the meanness scale. Not jumping over to meanness, they have built vulnerability-based trust after all, but an off-color comment, something that put people on edge. But the beauty is that the team can practice accountability and inform the person the comments were untoward and are not in pursuit of the best answer we can come up with. And because the team is bathed in vulnerability-based trust, thanks are given for pointing this out, apologies are made for any infractions, and acknowledgement that we are all human and need some help with this stuff is reiterated. And the team will be better for it, and the decisions they make will be the best that they can be. This is the Johari window. It's a 2x2 of known to self and not known to self, and known to others and not known to others. On the top left is how we show up in the world. This is how we present ourselves. In the bottom left, that's our deepest, darkest secrets. On the bottom right, this is stuff that might only be accessed through therapy. But I'd like to spend most of the explanation on the top right. This is our blind spots. This has already been talked about at this conference already. This is what other people know about us, but we don't know about ourselves. While it was difficult to hear, I was told in counseling a little while ago that the way I speak, like my entire mode of communication, was cold, harsh, and stern. My voice gets louder, my tone sounds judgmental, and my speaking gets faster. I can remember feeling absolutely terrible coming out of that session. But then I went to a life coach and worked on being able to notice when I get into this mode of communication. And my journey hasn't been linear. There are victories and setbacks, but overall, I am getting better at realizing when I get into this state. This is my blind spot. And I am told by others, and I'm getting others to tell me when I am getting more stern, but I've been trying to put it into the arena more and more. One team used rapper names to help with their blind spots. You can see them here. So as they engage in teamwork and one of them enters into behavior of their blind spot, the team can call them out on it using their agreed to rapper names. If the leader is quick to move on after a team member talks about a win, they can say, hey, Dr. Bebop, remember, we need to stop popping bubbles. It makes it a little more playful and a little less threatening. All right. A third strategy is calling each other out.
To get us into the conversation, I wanted to read a little bit of a post that went viral. So back in 2014, former progressive conservative candidate Jeff Bennett encountered racist and anti-Muslim comments on the campaign trail in Ontario. Back then, he didn't say anything, and he's now grappling with that fact 7 years later after this unthinkable act of violence in London, Ontario. In a Facebook post, he wrote, "Boy, are we happy to see you at our door this election. I can tell by looking at you that Jeff Bennett is a candidate I can support." These are things people said to me when I was knocking on doors in London West as the PC party candidate in 2014. It happened many times. I would usually just thank them for their support and carry on. But it bothered me immensely. These people who had never met me saw nothing special in me. They were happy only that my name was English and my skin was white. Now I see people expressing shock that a racist terrorist would drive his truck into the pathway of a Muslim family going for a walk. London is better than this, they say. I can't believe this happened here. Bullshit. I knocked on thousands of doors in the very neighborhood this atrocity occurred. This terrorist may have been alone in that truck on that day, but he was not acting alone. He was raised in a racist city that pretends it isn't.
So the rest of that conversation talks about that Facebook post. There is admiration given to the candidate, to the guy for having written the Facebook post at all, because he's white male, and to write something like that, you know, admiration. There was also admonishment that, he knew that it was wrong in 2014 and he didn't write it then. He waited until this atrocity occurred. And that was brought up because I learned in the Black Lives Matter movement that being not racist is not engaging in racist speech. Fair enough. But being anti-racist is telling people, especially those who are close to us, our friends, our family, our coworkers, our bosses, that their speech is not appropriate. I can tell you that this is really hard. I'm presenting this to you, and yes, I can think of specific instances in just the past couple of weeks in my business networks and even in my own family where I didn't call out stuff that should have been called out. It's hard, but I'm getting better at it. But it's a muscle that, the more we practice it, the more we can start to develop this. And then the last strategy is expanding our comfort zones.
Don't consume garbage. There's no need for that in life. There are a lot of liars out there. Social media is not a trusted source. And your friends who post on social media are also not trusted sources.
Never trust just one source. Pick one from the middle, pick one from either side, and read all three. And that way, you tell which details are consistent and repeated in all of them. Those are the facts.
Go to a place that really is trustworthy and is doing it for the right reasons.
Make sure that if you are consuming news, that it comes from a source where the reporters do their research, go to the best experts.
Watch something you don't agree with. I never would have had to have said that 10, 15 years ago, right? But in my mind, that is the only way that we are going to come back together.
It not only helps you see a broader perspective, every now and again they might have a point.
There's a beauty to living in a pluralistic society, and that is you can live next to and amongst and marry and be best friends with and have dinner with people who don't share your political opinions or your religion or your views. Embrace that.
So we can do this, but we're going to need to do it together.
Merhaba. Ciao. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Nie wszystko super.
My name is Archbishop Thabo Makgoba, joining this call to unite from Cape Town in South Africa.
I am so privileged to be with you here in Montgomery, Alabama.
We're coming to you from Manila, Philippines.
I am joining the call to unite to bring the joy of story time to children around the world.
My call is to make sure that we unite people by feeding them.
I've been doing my best to spread positivity.
Develop the skills of empathy and compassion.
Take a stand for those who need help the most.
Slow down our own breath, our own being, our own body in this particular moment.
Hundreds of millions of families across the world find themselves at some of the lowest points that they've ever seen.
We're united in grief. We're united in horror.
And while we're all suffering in our own unique capacity,
We need not suffer alone.
In the face of our pain, we must not forfeit our dignity.
We are aware now as we have never been before.
This is the perfect opportunity for us to do what we're doing right now, to reach out, to bring people together. I think of it as a massive reset for the world.
We certainly need a new normal.
The question really is, what type of normal do we want to get back to?
When we come together like this, it gives us the greatest opportunity to shift the way the world looks today and to really reimagine what the world will look like tomorrow.
people are capable of making huge, radical behavioral changes when they're motivated.
We don't have to wait until pandemic is over to unite. You know, this dream could come true right now.
We have a simple principle as uniters. We believe that we are one. Mothers and fathers, all kinds of monks, musicians, dancers, and all the gifts that humanity has to offer.
We all breathe the same air. We all cherish our children's future.
There's no time for love like now.
This is the calling that we all are being urged to answer.
This is who we are.
Each of us at this moment needs to be a leader in our personal life, a leader in our communities, and a leader in the world.
May we all find our interconnectedness.
Our place in humanity.
We rise or fall together, and we are determined to rise.
The most powerful force in the world is the individual who has realized their power to do good.
We're not just doing it for ourselves, but we're doing it for the sake of the entire planet.
Together, we can be able to walk this path towards healing.
I encourage our global community to answer the call for someone else by giving and volunteering.
Not just calling for unity, but take action.
Take action right here and right now.
We have to do more. So we have to act as one.
We have to unite in common purpose. So join us in service, in generosity, in sharing your ideas. And when you hear the call, answer. Here I am. Send me.
So we can't waste this crisis. We need to start doing things. So we can draw inspiration and learn from those who have seen us and not them. We can seek out those stories and learn how they got there. We can challenge our own judgments of others. And I've given you some tools on how to do that. We can realize that categorizations are never absolute and resist using these types of labels to talk about people. We can call others out when they need to be called out. It's hard, but it's so necessary. I mean, as you heard Kim Scott say, when you learn something about yourself that nobody told you, it's incredibly shaming. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Why didn't you tell me that I was doing that? The greatest gift you can do is help people discover their blind spots. It might be a hard conversation, but it's incredibly valuable. And we can expose ourselves to learning the other's point of view. It's an incredible opportunity. We need to embrace humility and start this journey together, and we need to support one another. So I want to thank you so much for listening again to the HBRCT, for even choosing this. Want to invite you to the third Wednesday of the month, Beyond Safety Compliance webinars. And thank you so much for listening. So if people are still interested in breakout groups, I would love for you to talk about this a little bit. So I'll put this in the chat.
And while you're doing that, Tanya, will you be able to share somehow, or can I share the last couple of slides that you have with all the resources?
Sure, absolutely. I can do that. I could share the presentation with you if you'd like.
That's perfect. Thank you.
So I put some instructions for the chat rooms. So I'd like you to really take advantage of being able to get to know each other. So introduce each other, exchange contact information, learn who you are, kind of thing, before you start discussing which of these strategies you are going to use in order to start bridging gaps between other people.
Perfect. So how about will this work, Tanya? If I will open up some breakout rooms, and we'll just randomly put people into groups of, say, 5 or 6. And then what if we take about 15 minutes to be in those groups, and I can just kind of send those instructions in the chat during the breakout. So you all, spend a few minutes or whatever amount of time getting to know each other, as Tanya said, and then the subsequent questions, and then we'll bring people back for any insights they want to share. Does that sound good?
Sounds great. I think everybody has the chat when they go into the breakout room, so you might be able to see it.
Good. So let's assume that. And if you cannot see the chat, just ping me on the little I need help button or whatever that says in the chat room. So I'm going to open up some breakout rooms and we'll get started. Okay, there we go. And I'll just send you messages about timing.
Now it's building back.
People are coming back. Looks like we've got a few people that are still in the breakout rooms. We'll be back here in about 10 seconds or so. And there we go. I think we have everybody back. We have everybody back. That's the end of my story. So now I am going to turn to you, Tanya, for just how would you like people to share what their conversations are if they want to share? What do you think?
I think the way you had handled it before, Dean, just if people are wanting to share, invite them to unmute, unmic and share.
Yeah, thank you. So perfect. Does anybody want to share anything from either the entire conversation or from the breakout groups? Was, any big aha moments? What were your key takeaways? Just go ahead and unmute yourselves and jump right in.
One thing we talked about, first of all, I got a chance to visit with Kimball, a good friend of mine. And, what we came out with the emotions that we all had elicited in watching some of those videos, and how you very skillfully brought us back to here's really the gist of it all is building bridges, and we have to, maintain the conversation, and we need to role model bringing people together. So that was kind of our takeaway from the whole thing.
Thank you, Brian. Who else? There's got to be another one or two out there.
Well, I'll go to save the time of, oh, Kelsey, you go. Go.
Here's the Canadian niceness. You go ahead, Charles. No, that's kind of what I dominated the conversation talking about, was just the overarching culture of Canada and how it's spilled into our little corner of the world. I work at Bruce Power, and we live in a small community and work in a small community. And I was talking about how on the email list there's my name, my husband's name, and 97 of his cousins. So we all work together, and that, what Tanya is talking about, that conversation of how to challenge each other, even has that extra added layer on top of things because of that close interconnectivity. And even just having, OPG, their plants are in the Greater Toronto area. There's a little more of a heterogeneous, I think so anyways, area, because you draw from just a larger population, so you can have a little bit of that separation. But overarching Canada is it's a really nice place. But that's when things surprise us. And we have a little bit of that, layer of nice and undercurrent of we get along just to get along. And so it's a little bit tough sometimes. I think there's really good stuff there about how we like to interact with each other, but I don't know if we're necessarily very good at that challenge side of things, because it's so tough and we want to be connected. We want to be in the tribe, we want to be not rejected from that social circle, and it's so primal. So it's just one of those things that's really tough to push back against. But Charles gave me a little bit of advice of saying, agreeing to disagree is not a place to end a conversation, but it's a certainly good place to start a conversation.
Wow. Thank you, Kelsey. Sharon Small, you're unmuted.
Yeah. So I've been hearing the word challenge through the talk, and I think, for me, I like to think about it as constructive curiosity. Rather than challenging a person about their mental models and their understanding of the world, or even their opinions or jokes, I might just ask some curious questions. If I can maintain an open, neutral stance, then they have a chance of hearing themselves, and they may find that how they feel or what they think is actually different to how they were acting or presenting it. Just remember that model Lindsay and I were talking about. You think about it, you think about what you're going to say and do, and then you say and do it, and they're not always completely congruent. So it's wow, what just happened, or what's happening now, or that's a really interesting thought. Where did that come from? Just staying really open and letting people have their divergent views is the fastest way to find a way of living together and staying close.
Thank you, Sharon. Steve Purvett, you're unmuted.
Yes, I'm just looking this up, and since Bruce Power reminded me of working, this is kind of an interesting, maybe technical approach, but the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission came up with a regulatory document on safety culture. And it's really fascinating. I know we were going to try to do a thing about it at one of these conferences, but it does get into diversity and many things. It's open and available even to the Americans. And I think it far surpasses what I've seen in the States. I'm going to put it in as a link in a chat, but I did want to acknowledge that especially with, Ottawa there and everything, is this thing is really enlightening in terms of how to really observe a culture and diversity and things like that. I ended up being on a team that did the first of these assessments. In fact, we stopped by the Bruce Power plant to use their offices going through the Canadian nuclear laboratories, but it's really an interesting tie to how can you observe in a workplace these diversity issues and the whole safety culture.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, any more thoughts or insights before I turn back to Tanya for some remarks about what you just heard? Tanya, what do you think? Oh, Tanya, you're still muted. Well,
she's speaking.
I'll
okay.
Oh, wait a minute. That's not the right one. I don't think. Hold on. I'll find it. But yeah, that particular document that Stephen talked to, I know very well. Anyway, I like what Sharon had said, because as she rightly says, when I say, challenging or, calling people out, it does have this very confrontational nature to it. And maybe in the way that you saw the filmmaker, she asked, the white supremacist who really, he had on his military boots. If he got angry, he could have done something in the room, right, with the cameras rolling, but asked him, what if what you've just told me is wrong, out of curiosity kind of thing. What made a 13-year-old read Mein Kampf? Just getting it, being interested and curious, as opposed to, she certainly doesn't agree with anything that he stands for, but got into the conversation from a place of curiosity.
Yeah, it's a great highlight, and just how important that is. And Tanya, I really appreciate that closing insight. Everybody, I really appreciate the willingness to jump into breakout groups and talk about the last 90 minutes, because it was incredibly powerful. So Tanya, thanks for bringing that to us. So thank you. And I'll leave it at that, and I'll turn to Charles for any closing thoughts, Charles, as we round out day 2.
Well, we're at time. I won't hold people too long. But what Tanya just had to say is central to everything that we actually do, right? When we talked yesterday, and we've talked many times since then, is that we're having to overcome, we're having to crack people's shells, we're having to change ourselves, we're having to help create a shared perspective between the people who are far removed from the regulator and the CEO, and the people who make the rules and fund things, to the people who do the work. And it's about creating a shared perspective. Of all the things that I get to do, and I get to do a lot of great things, that's the most valuable thing to this planet that I get to do, is to help bring people together and connect them to create a shared perspective, because equally informed people seldom disagree. I probably won't have time to get much into it tomorrow, but there are a couple of things that I think are, this group especially, you need to read Adam Grant's book, Think Again. And Tanya, I think this is so in line with what he's talking about. But it's how do we as professionals, how do we as humans become more successful? And that's by the ability to challenge our own concepts, challenge the mindsets that we've had in the past. And that is going to breed more peace, love, and success in this world. So I say look at that book. I bring out 2 quick things. One is that it is great to have conflict, if it's the right kind of conflict, right? So we want task and work level work discussion, and we want disagreement so there's not groupthink, so that I can challenge my position and come up with a third right answer. What we don't need, and it's not really very productive, is personality relationship conflict. And how we get around not getting the amygdala involved, well, one of those concepts to avoid that is to start off the conversation by saying, let's agree to disagree. Now, you've probably heard Todd and others say that agree to disagree is intellectually lazy and it's a terrible phrase. Well, it is a terrible way to end a conversation, right? Is that we're just going to give up. But it's a great way to start a conversation, because when I say, Dean, let's agree to disagree, but talk about it, because now Dean doesn't have to defend his position because I'm not going to attack it. And I don't have to sit here and try to come up with concepts about how to attack him, because all I want to do is talk and learn about the position that I have. And that's how we get closer to talking about task level conflict and further away from a visceral reaction about me personally attacking Dean because he's so stupid he doesn't figure out what I'm saying is the truth. So that's a real tactical methodology that we can use in our daily conversations. But I know this seemed kind of a field, but it's really central to making us more effective at what I think is what we're actually trying to do.
So true, and great way to round out today. So thank you for that. And I'm just going to pull up a quick highlight of what we have tomorrow, because we are back here at 9 o'clock Central Time, 10 o'clock Eastern. So you've got the agenda up there. It is another really, really good day, but more than anything else, more than even looking forward to tomorrow, thank you all very, very much for your time, for your energy, for sharing everything that you shared today, and have a great rest of your day, afternoon, evening. Thank you.
Thanks everybody for making this a great conference. Appreciate it.
See y'all tomorrow.